Chapter 21. After spending a night watching terrible movies, Haromi left in the morning. Unfortunately, her parents wanted her home. So I settled in for some more tech work. First thing first, I noticed I had an odd bit next to my stats. Technical Attribute 1, 5. Crafting 1. It was the first thing I noticed when I opened my stat page. I decided to check through my alerts, because I had gotten a few when Vic installed my new optics. Asterisk due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Technical attribute, asterisk. I blinked. What did maximum value mean? I had no idea. I continued through the alerts. Most of them were simply describing the uninstallation of my old optics, and installation of my new ones. Except for one message. Adaptation Kuroshi MK10/2. What the hell was adaptation? I checked my stats page and it did have a cyberware section. Under it I had two options currently. Although I did have plenty of minor bits and bobs that everyone tended toward. I guess like V the gamer only tracked the bigger stuff. Militech Paraline Adaptation, Militech Paraline 0 out of 0. Kuroshi MK1 Adaptation, Kuroshi MK10/2. Okay, so what was adaptation? And why did the Paraline Cyberdeck have a 0 divided by 0? I tried clicking on it and to my happiness I got something, if not a complete answer. Spend 1 stat point to improve adaptation? No. I pulled back. I needed my stat points. And for now, I had no idea what adaptation meant. I mean, I could guess. Adapting my cyberware? But I already had it installed. It was working as it should. I shrugged. I would mess with it another time. At least I had one question answered. Ish. Then I moved back to the stat page. Why does my tech have a number next to it? I honestly couldn't get an answer. There wasn't a damn options menu, or a player's guide with this gamer system. So I shrugged it off. It had something to do with my eyes, and bigger numbers were better. So I would just accept it was a good thing and move on. But I did notice one last thing, since I was playing with my stat sheet. I still had a perk to choose. Well, two actually. Blades and Street Brawler. Both were easy choices. Parry, with a blade in hand, deflect attacks. Honestly, there was only one reason to pick this perk. Eventually, I could parry bullets. Listen, if anyone ever says they don't think cutting a bullet out of the air with a katana is cool, they are lying. Sure, it would cost me a few perks, but I didn't really plan on running around with a katana very often, and defense was always super important. Then there was Street Brawler, which I also already had my path picked out. Improvised weapons. Sometimes in a brawl anything you can grab needs to be used. Know the best way to fight with day-to-day items. One more perk in that tree away from gunfu. Instantly though, my mind was a whirl. I looked around at all the tech stuff I had been planning on tinkering with, and I kinda cringed at just how deadly everything around me could be. That could both come in handy, and be a little distracting, if everything I looked at was processed as a weapon first. I shook it away. First I needed to continue disassembling all this tech. I smiled as I familiarized myself with old junk, and slowly I got more and more alerts. Until finally, the sun setting long ago, I got the alert I wanted. Technical attribute leveled up. Tech 2? Yes. Now I could level crafting more. I yawned despite myself and looked around, realizing I had barely eaten all day. I stretched and groaned a bit as my spine popped as I decided to grab some chow before I hit the hay. I was glaring. My hands were completely calm, despite my constant desire to start throwing stuff. June, I'm alive. That's it. After so long? After not knowing if June was dead in a Maelstrom base somewhere? He just sends, I'm alive? And he refused to respond to any messages back either. I was gripping my soldering iron a little too tightly as I slowly turned it off and set it down. I needed to go kill something. No. I shook that thought away. I was not going to turn to murder for stress relief. That is absolutely where I draw the line. I took a deep breath and let it out, deciding to grab something to eat instead. As I was getting dressed, I considered it. June was alive. That was good. But he was withdrawing, And I had no idea what the claws were doing to him, or making him do. Considering Jun's personality, I had no doubt that next time I see him, he will have a lot more chrome. If that was the case, next time, would I be dealing with Jun as he lost himself? Cyberpsychosis? If the tiger claws don't take care of Jun, I will end them. I whispered to myself, unable to stop the words slipping from my mouth. I honestly wasn't a fan of the claws in general. The whole sex work thing tends to piss me off. Even if Judy's plan in the game was destined for failure, mine wouldn't. I wouldn't go after their business. I would just kill them until they stopped existing if they let Jun get hurt. I sighed, pushing myself away from the table to head to the bathroom. I was getting worked up. So I walked in and turned on the tap. I washed my face a bit and looked into the mirror, almost flinching as reddish-purple eyes stared back. I had forgotten for a second that I changed my eye color last night. It wasn't hard, Kuroshi was top of the line. Of course they would have an option to adjust color. They still felt weird. I realized it was that little thing in the back of your mind, an irritation that told you something wasn't quite right. Like something is in your eye but doesn't hurt, but you still know something is wrong. I suppose that was how I would process cyberware. A slight discomfort. I think I had figured out what adaptation was. I closed my eyes, letting myself breathe for a minute. It wasn't bad. Just different. I'd live. I stepped away, turning back to my table. There was a part of me begging to go outside with a gun in hand. To go find some more scavs, or take a job. I shook that part away. Settled down on my couch. I had taken apart most of the scrap I had gathered by now, learning a ton as I did. Or rather learning as the XP continued to flow. I had a few ideas of neat toys that could help me out on jobs, but all of the actually useful stuff was way outside of my skill level, much less a price range. But I now had parts. So I took a laptop, broken and stripped for now, and started putting it together. Simple really, I had scrapped multiple of them from the dump so I had all the parts one needed, and as I worked, the XP both tech and crafting flowed in. I guess my system liked me actually making something rather than just disassembling. It took me a bit, but when I was done, I turned it on, and the OS actually started. I was using the hard drive that was in one of the laptops, and it started up, asking for a password. Half a second later, I pulled out my Connect cord from my neck and plugged it in. A moment to breach it, and I was in. There wasn't anything interesting. This laptop belonged to some woman, a nobody. I mean, there was literally nothing but crappy games, useless stuff like that. I restarted the system and started wiping the data. Who knows, maybe I'll just sell the laptop. Could make some eddies. When it was done, I nodded and put it to the side. Now what else can I fix? I had a fan now. It buzzed merrily away next to the radio, and I basically just controlled it by hacking it every time I wanted to change its settings. It was cool. Heh. But more importantly, putting junk together gave me that sweet XP alerts. So much so that crafting had leveled up. Crafting skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I was giggly because perks let me hyper-focus, or gain stuff that my normal skill didn't cover. In this case, the options were crazy. Crafting was so wide. There was perks that spread out into tons of stuff. Salvager. Get an eye for locating scrap. Enduring builds. You can make it stronger. Tougher. The tricks of the trade to make your product rough and tumble. And so much more. There were a lot of perks I wanted in crafting, but I would have to pick what I thought would be the most useful. Which is why as I browsed through the lists, I came across the one thing that had me grinning. Robotics wizard. Others make machines. You make life. I knew it was premature. I didn't have the skill to be making robots. But at the same time, there had been an idea I had that I couldn't just ignore. It was possible. Dangerous. Stupid maybe. But possible. I even had an idea on how to solve the whole lack of processing power that would have made my idea impossible. So I picked it. Worse comes to worse, I end up not using it much. Instantly though, my mind was full of knowledge. This time it was kinda weird. Not just how to make robots, because part of that was covered under base crafting. But how to make them better. Heh. I could probably sign on as an engineer at a corporation and design cyber limbs. And it was true. Sure, I couldn't use most of the higher-end stuff from the perk, but it still gave me an eye-end experience in smoothing robotic designs that would make me a very useful cog in a corpo machine. Oh well. I shrugged, settling back onto the couch. Looking up to hack into the TV to change the channel to something mindless so I could go back to work tinkering when I got an alert. Breach protocol skill level up. Breach 3 huh. That was lucky. Bitch. I cursed as I waved my finger. I had just zapped my finger like a gonk. Idiot. Moron. Don't touch the fucking active electric wire you. I cursed as I danced around the room. Fuck, was I Electroboom now? Okay, I need a break. Also stop talking to myself. I rumbled as I walked over and powered everything down. I had been tinkering all day. Mostly just grinding out technical attribute since I was maxed in crafting. It was slow. Sometimes painful work. But I was close to another level, so it was all worth it. I opened up my contacts. Unfortunately, Haromi was locked down again. Her parents were worried about her running around with the active and escalating gang war burning down the city every day, so she was stuck in school. Ichi was still working for Shobo. And June wasn't responding. I didn't really have anyone else. That thought made me sad. For about 5 seconds. I wasn't going to let that get me down. So I decided to wander out into the city. I had stats to grind. Things to improve at. I wasn't going to let myself get worn down by June being a massive pain in the ass. As I headed out, I started quick hacking stuff again. Pinging every device I could find, mostly just for something to do. It was sorta relaxing in a way, to just interface with everything around me. Even if all I was doing was sending a ping through the system, it felt like I was a piece of the network. It was nice. Of course, the actual quick hack XP was a little slow. So I started pinging people as I jogged past. Enjoying the small web of lights my Kuroshis displayed across my vision as I pinged more and more systems around me. Soon it felt like I was jogging through a spider web, seeing how so many things were connected. Really. A lot of stuff was connected. Vending machines were a dizzying maze of connections between them. I stopped and just watched for a minute. Intelligence leveled up. I stopped double-checking that alert. Intelligence 4? Already. How did intelligence level up so quickly? I hadn't even gotten a quick hack level. I went back through my alerts, and yeah, I got a pretty nice little surge of intelligence XP as I was jogging. But why? Sure, I was pinging people as well as electronics I could see, but that doesn't explain the sudden surge. What did I know about the intelligence stat? Well, not much. In the game, it was the control stat for hacking. It also gave you more RAM for every point. No, wait, I remember reading the actual stat description in the game. Determines net running proficiency. I muttered, thinking back to all the stats in Cyberpunk. Intelligence wasn't. Well, intelligence, or how smart you were exactly. It was processing speed. But more. It was understanding. I realized everything was connected. If almost everything is connected, even through different internets, then that opens a lot of possibilities, doesn't it? I muttered, looking up as I got an alert. 100 intelligence XP gained. I guess I'm on the right track. So I had been thinking of intelligence wrong from the start. I was thinking it was how smart I am, but that isn't right at all. It's more about net running. Understanding, processing power. All of that fell under intelligence. After all, I remember a lot of skills I would normally think of falling under intelligence fell under tech in Cyberpunk. I looked over at a vending machine, following its network connection to the roof of a nearby building. That was the network node then, where a lot of the vending machines were connected through. I instantly found a way up using a nearby fence, and grabbing onto the edge of the building, I clambered up. Settling next to the node, I pulled out the cord from my neck and clicked it into place. Security blocked me out, but I wasn't exactly hacking into Arasaka Tower. A few minutes of slowly peeling through the ICE, I breached in. There wasn't much there, internet traffic mostly sending and receiving data from the vending machines, nothing I was too interested in. No, I was more focused on the connections themselves. I stood and pinged the node, with the security already punched through, it activated instantly. A spiderweb erupted from the satellite dish it was connected to, reaching out from it in all directions. I looked around, staring at the connections, just taking in the sight of something so ethereal. I looked at the web and decided to try out an idea. I was already at its central node, where everything connected through. So I should be able to. I closed my eyes. I hadn't actually done this yet, letting myself enter the net in a way. Actual net running. I closed my eyes and let myself fall through the cord. Suddenly I was in a world of light. Of data. My body wasn't even there, instead I was just in awareness. My connection was not good enough to form an actual digital avatar. Still I was there. In the net. Connected. I can't even describe where I was. Nothing was solid. Just lights, and data transferring on connections, making bridges, a web streaking out into pure darkness, but I could move through them. I accessed one of the connections, letting me move from the node I was out to one of the peripheries. A vending machine. From the data I was able to access with a mental touch. With a thought, I activated ping. Quick hacking the device, I was literally inside the CPU of a wave of light. A mass of data erupting in a wave that ran up the spiderweb before bouncing around more and more. It was beautiful. So this was the net. This is what it looked like in Cyberpunk. No wonder people were so interested in it. To see it. Experience it as more than just a window on a screen. To be data. I pulled back, going back up the connection to the node, and unjacking. I couldn't even pull the jack out before I was on my ass gasping. Fuck. I hissed, my head felt like it was on fire. I reached back and felt the port that had my cyberdeck installed in it, and I had to hiss. The entire area was hot. Like an overheating computer. Fuck. I cursed again, standing up a little woozily as I rushed down the building. A single glance had a vending machine dispensing some cold drink I had no name for. I had already breached the entire system after all. I pressed the can against the back of my head, letting its icy coldness combat the heat. No wonder they use the damn ice baths. I grumbled. As I sat on a bench and just let my head cool down. So that was the net. A net I had taken my first step into. A child in Netrunner's terms. So where does the child go from here? The net is truly vast and infinite. I whispered, out an old quote, leaning back and staring up into the sky. After cooling off I went home, an eye on my alerts told me I had gained a ton just from my brief foray into the net. Quick hacking skill level up. Which put me at level 3 for that, and a ton of intelligence alerts. I was almost ready for the next level. That was how much I had learned about the net with just stepping a toe into its depths. Of course my head was still warm, and I wasn't exactly up for trying that again. At least, not without an upgrade, or an ice bath prepared. Considering my apartment didn't even have a bath, that made things more difficult. I flopped onto the couch staring at my wild assortment of tech that I had been tinkering with, reached out and grabbed the wire that had shocked me this morning. Time to get back to work. I kept at it until late, when I decided to sleep so I would be ready for the next day. That night I was woken up by shooting. Chapter 22. It wasn't unusual to have gunfire going through the city, but for it to be close enough that I actually woke up? I was glad I wasn't injured, so when I startled awake in the middle of the night, I was able to move instantly. Grabbing my Unity from my belt hanging on the desk chair in my room, I snagged an extra magazine as I hurried to the window to peek out from the armored shutters. There was a war going on outside my apartment. I could recognize Tiger Claw Kusanagi's and a Maelstrom truck as the two forces went at each other. At first, I wasn't sure what to do. Did I even want to get involved in this? I didn't see June, but he could be down there fighting. Then one of the Stromborgs fired a damn rocket out of his arm, and it slammed into my apartment building. The building shook, and I had a moment looking around, wondering if my apartment was about to collapse. Thankfully it didn't. But I could hear screams from below. There were people in this building. I rushed out. rushing downstairs, and while the security gate normally would have stopped me from going to a floor below, it wasn't like I hadn't already breached the security of the entire building. It opened for me, and I rushed to the apartment that had just been hit. I hammered on the door for a moment, but I couldn't hear anything over the gunfire. So I looked at the door a bit harder, and it popped open. Surely it must be from all the explosions. I would never break into everyone's security systems. That would be wrong. So I had broken into her security before, and since wall breaking was a great perk, I already had a backdoor. The door opened into a war zone. The window normally covered in security blinds was destroyed, metal shards and bits of brick laying across the apartment. More importantly, was the injured older woman laying across the floor covered in rubble. She had probably been doing the same thing I had. Peeping out the window to see what was going on, I ran forward doing my best to stay low so I wouldn't be spotted through the hole and landed next to her. She was breathing. Barely. I didn't have my med supplies on me either. Glaring at myself for not grabbing any more of my gear, I ducked as a spray of bullets came through the hole. It wasn't even at me, just the general mayhem outside. I couldn't stay here, and neither could she. Moving someone injured like this was a bad idea, but hell, if her spine was broken, she could buy a new one. I heaved up her arms and dragged her through the apartment back out into the hallway. Then through the security gate. The stairwell was the most armored part of the building. She should be safe here. I checked her pulse again and she was breathing, but I wasn't a doctor. I rushed back upstairs, grabbing a bounce back out of my supplies. I would have to buy more med supplies soon. I had only gotten so much from the scavs. Back into the stairwell, I could hear people from the building freaking out. I ignored it as I rushed back down the stairs. As I reached her, I popped the lid off the bounce back and jabbed it into her chest, pressing down on the button. She gasped and shook a bit, but her breath evened out and sounded fuller. Bounce back was awesome like that. Whatever science magic was inside would hopefully keep her alive. But I still had some things to take care of. I rushed back into the ladies' apartment and took a moment to look out the massive hole. Tiger claws on bikes and a Maelstrom kill truck. The damn thing was more like an armored carrier than a truck. I wasn't sure who had hit who, but considering I could see the mangled wreck of a Kusanagi under the wheels of the truck, I could guess. Fine. At a glance, parkour told me everything I needed to know. 3 stories up? No problem. I jumped. Instant coolness washing over me as I fell. There were plenty of things to leap down from as I moved. Each floor had AC units or just jutting ledges. It was easy. 3 hops and I was in the air, falling through the sky. I landed feet first into the back of one of the Borgs. It was the surprise that knocked him off his feet more than anything. No one expects the second floor double drop kick. I had picked this Borg specifically out of all of them. My unity wouldn't do shit against them. The Tiger's pistols were bouncing rounds already. So I slipped my unity into the back of my pants, making sure it was safe. Didn't want to blow my own ass off. I had picked one of the Borgs that had a weapon I could use. As I slammed into him, I reached out, grabbing the end of his gun. As he fell, he automatically let go. Everyone does. They reach out to halt their fall, it's instinct, even for a Borg. Unfortunately, that meant I was able to spin his Carnage shotgun into my arms as I literally stood on his back. He was cursing, climbing up to his knees when he must have felt the shotgun press against the back of his head. I pulled the trigger, and it was only thanks to recoil control that I didn't get knocked right off him. But I didn't. Instead, his head disappeared, and I was now standing in the middle of a gunfight. 1000 XP gained. But now the Strom were on the back foot. The Tiger claws now, no longer completely on defense. I moved, leaping off the Borg as I pumped the shotgun, the noise monstrously loud to my ears as I ducked and rolled under the Maelstrom truck. Disappearing just in time as suddenly one of the Borgs opened up with a machine gun where I had been standing tearing up the asphalt. Mostly concealed, I brought the shotgun up and fired. Shooting another Borg in the leg. Although it didn't do what I wanted and blow his leg off, he still fell to the ground screaming, as I pumped the shotgun again. From the weight of the gun I knew I only had one more round. Gun nut once again helping me out. I continued rolling, moving out from under the truck, but now on the opposite side. They had lost sight of me. that would cost them. Especially since the door to their truck was still open. I slipped in, unseen by both groups as they continued to fire on each other. The inside of the truck stunk of drugs and blood. Charming. I slipped over to the driver's side, easily taking over the truck. The morons had hit the claws, jumped out, and started gunning them down. But now I had their wheels. I floored it. Turning the wheel as I did so, I smashed into the surprised face of a Maelstrom Borg, the truck rocking as I hit him and kept going. We stared at each other. My purplish eyes meeting his red glowing optics as he hung onto the front of the truck as I continued to floor it. I could see him gathering his wits, pulling out a pistol. He must have been confused though, as he watched me reach behind me, and even as I accelerated, I threw the seatbelt over my chest. A moment after we slammed into a brick wall. Everything was chaos for a moment as I was jerked around and smashed against the driver's seat. But I had a seatbelt on. The car quieted a few moments later and I glanced up, ignoring the feeling of blood rolling down the side of my head after I had bashed my head against the door. I looked into the glowing red eyes of the Borg. "Still alive, huh?" I asked, my voice sounding a little distant. "Probably a concussion. Be by itch." He gasped out in a statusy pained voice. I reached over and grabbed the shotgun. What? I did not wait. I pointed and fired. 1000 XP gained. No, I answered only after I was sure he wasn't a threat. Seriously, only idiots stop to talk and monologue during a gunfight. Shoot first, then say the witty one-liner. Wasn't like you were saying the one-liner for them anyways. I pulled the seatbelt off with a groan, my body was not happy with me. As I pushed the driver's door. No give. I ended up having to crawl out through the broken windshield, hissing a bit at the cuts on my hands and feet. Should have put on my boots. I grumbled as I stepped out of the truck. I turned to look at the firefight, but it was wrapping up. Maelstrom had more people at first, and they got the drop on the claws, but we were in claw territory. Where at first there had only been 5 claws fighting against about that number in Borgs, now there was 3 times the amount of claws pulling up on their bikes and firing into the 3 Borgs that now had no way to escape. The gunfire stopped not long after. When a Borged-out tiger claw pulled out a set of mantis blades and went in. Bloody work. I started walking up and I winced. There hadn't been just 5 claws at first. Looks like 7. A pair of bodies were being looked over. But with just a flash scan I could tell they weren't breathing. That's a shame. I walked into the group of claws that were all talking and shouting amongst themselves, ignoring them entirely as I walked to the Borg I had killed. He should have some more ammo for this thing, and I was growing kind of fond of the carnage. I totally get why Rebecca liked it now. Sure, it was ugly, and a little smashed together, but it shot good. I liked it. As I knelt down and started searching through his dirty coat, I was unfortunately noticed. The fuck is this? A loud voice called out, and then a blur of Japanese that I only recognized as a lot of cursing. But the Bosazoku brat was also pointing a katana at me. Was I gonna have to flatline this kid? Oh. This Borg had a shotgun shell bandolier. Okay, I have to admit, that's pretty fucking preem. I quickly unlatch it, and with a bit of effort I yanked it off him and whipped it up and over my shoulder. Mine now. Always wanted one of these. Who the hell are you? Nobody important. I offered as I rose up the guys. Katana was drawing a little too close for my comfort. Chill out, Higa. This girl is crazy. Came in and flatlined that Strum, literally dropped on him from above. A girl said as she hurried over. Put your katana away, the Maelstrom are already dead. As he looked away, I idly swiped a shell from the bandolier and slipped it into the shotgun. Just in case. Then, since he was just that distracted, despite standing close to me, I went ahead and loaded a few more. This guy was kinda blind. I don't know this bitch. She is standing in the middle of our battle. Looting. Enough. A voice said from beside me, and I blinked. I hadn't noticed. Not a sound had come from the guy until that moment. Sneaky. I looked over, and the Tiger Clawborg was standing beside me. Don't. Although he wasn't looking at the kid, he was looking at me. So I was looking at him. If he thought he was going to win a staring contest, joke's on him. I didn't need to blink anymore. Our eyes met, and I could tell he was figuring out the fastest way to kill me. I could just tell. Maybe a ninjutsu thing. His eyes were neon, I noticed. Changing colors along with his tats that shifted and looked like the animals were readying to attack. Yeah. It was just in case. I finally waved him off. As I stopped readying to pop the katana kid. Instead, I turned back to checking the Borg's pockets. Unfortunately, other than a credit shard which I happily clept, he only had drugs. A lot of drugs. I sighed and left them. Not my style. Fucking you just gonna let her? It was her kill. The Borg offered with a shrug. She can take what she kills. He said simply. Tisk, fine whatever. He grumbled as his katana lowered. You happen to know June? Motoko Kusanagi? I asked as I looked the Borg over. The man was silent as he took in my question before slowly nodding. I know of him. He's my brother. You haven't seen him in the last week or so, have you? He's been out of contact. No, he said simply, and I noticed the way he said it. Yeah, this guy was suffering from cyberpsychosis. I just felt it. The man was struggling to care about anyone around him, the social apathy, and worse, the sociopathy. He was still considering how to kill me. I could see it, the way his hands were flexing the joints of his mantis blades, popping just a tiny bit. Yep. I'm out of here. CYA around tiger claws. Try not to get killed on my street next time. I called out to the group as I turned and headed back to the apartment. Ignoring the bloody footprints I was leaving behind. Stupid glass. Oh well, I got a new gun, and getting new guns did make me happy. I might even try to mod it a bit. I bet I could do something similar to Rebecca's guts. Absolutely max out the recoil and firepower. Could be fun. All I would really need is to double check the barrel and receiver to make sure it can handle a stronger load. I couldn't help but start whistling a bit as I made it to the apartment. Taking the elevator up to my floor, I was about to enter the apartment before I stopped. I turned, peeking down the stairs, and I sighed. The woman I had left there was gone. I headed down, looking around. I really hoped someone hadn't grabbed her while she was unconscious. But as I came down the floor, the apartment door was open and I could see her standing there just looking at her apartment. You okay? I asked, and she jumped, wincing as she clutched her head, but she turned to look at me. Yeah, she didn't look okay. You're bleeding. Just a flesh wound. You should see the other guy. I couldn't help but add. Really, you gonna be okay? I pulled you out of there and gave you a bounce back, but that isn't a miracle. You need a hospital? The older woman sort of blinked as she looked at me as if my words were just incomprehensible. Who are you? She finally asked, and I simply stared at her for a minute. Motoko, I'm your neighbor. I finally decided on as I pointed upwards. Alright, well, I tried. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night. I told her as I stepped back and then up the stairs. She was looking at me like I was gonna attack her or something. Weird. So I entered my apartment side as I realized I would need to check my foot and probably take one of my last max docs before I tried to sleep, otherwise I would bleed all over my bed. So I headed into the bathroom, cleaning my feet and my head wound, and finding I did have a piece of glass still stuck in my foot. Ow. A max doc stopped my bleeding, and I then sighed again as I had to get a bucket and clean up the floor. Bloody footprints marched across the ground. With a sigh, I finished cleaning up and settled on the couch. Was I forgetting something? I felt like I was. So I settled onto the couch and decided I would enjoy a good 8 hours of shut-eye. The NCPD lights, just now starting to play across my apartment's wall. Guess they finally showed up to cart away the corpses. I woke up mid-afternoon the next day, and as I was rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and stretching, I finally realized what I had forgotten. June. I cursed as I hurriedly pulled up my phone system and sent him a text. Asterisk, there was a storm attack on the street outside the apartment. I'm fine, no injuries. Apartment below us had some damage. Just wanted you to know I was okay so you wouldn't freak. Haven't heard from you in a while. Asterisk. I sat down on the couch and just kinda waited for a bit, hoping that June would at least respond back. Then I realized I was being stupid. June was still a teenage boy and was definitely out all night hunting Maelstrom. He was 100% still asleep. It wasn't even noon yet. So I shook that away and looked at my alerts. Body leveled up. Annihilation skill level up. Body 6, and Annihilation 4. Finally, I had gotten body to level up again. I guess all the shotgun shooting had finally gained the last bits of XP I needed. Driving skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I pointedly ignored that one, since literally all I did was crash a truck. On purpose. I crashed a truck on purpose. That was the plan. Okay, I would look at perks later. But I took a moment to look over my body. The increase to body had some effects. I looked muscular. I had actual biceps when I flexed. Motoko strong. I giggled as I did a few stretches, enjoying the feeling of my stronger muscles. I decided to get some exercise in while I got breakfast. Slipping out of the apartment, I jogged around the block picking up some food at my favorite little street vendors. Yet even as I did, I could tell that things were changing. The gang war was getting bad. People were more skittish than usual, which is saying something in Night City. People. I could see the damage from the attack still on the street outside the apartment. I pointedly didn't look at the brick wall I had smashed through with the truck. That was Maelstrom's fault, not mine. Definitely not mine. At all. But things were getting tense. After breakfast, I decided it was time to get something done I had been putting off as I threw myself into crafting. I drove out to the little netrunner's shop, carrying my netsuit in hand. That's a lot of holes. Was the first thing the old Asian lady at the little shop I had bought my netrunner suit from muttered at me as I flopped the suit on the table. Yeah, people like to shoot at me, I said as she looked over my suit. People like to hit you too, she told me, and I shrugged. Hazards of the job. The armor didn't do much, I see, she muttered as looked over the suit. Noticed that. Figured I was just getting hit with something too big to stop. Might be why I'm still alive though. No, she answered instantly, and I could hear a hint of anger in her voice. No. Look, the interior panels. They are fake. She growled. The little old woman was practically leaking smoke as she hissed, her pipe glowing red as she sucked in the smoke. Fake? The armor liner is supposed to have a layer of Kevlar. This isn't Kevlar. She peeled the armor apart and showed me the liner, which as she spoke, she pulled apart and showed. Cardboard? Well, probably not, but something close to it. Her fingers pulled bits apart with just that tiny effort. This wouldn't stop a needle from poking you, much less a bullet. She looked away from the leotard, meeting my eyes. I sold you defective goods. She growled a bit as she threw the leotard onto the table. When I get my hands on that supplier, she growled a bit, and considering she hung out in a shop that catered to netrunners, not exactly people well known for not getting revenge, I had a feeling her supplier was about to have a really bad week. I didn't even notice, I added as I leaned down to look over the leotard. Poking at the holes. My Kiroshi scans didn't notice anything out of place, which was weird. It was only when I pulled the cardboard-like inner liner out and scanned it did I get a scan of what the material was made out of. You didn't notice bullets were slipping through your armor? I had other things on my mind whenever I got shot, I joked as I looked over the gunk. How did my eyes never notice this? I've scanned my leotard before, but I guess I hadn't really been looking for anything. This was a good lesson. My Kiroshi were amazing, but they weren't magic. I still needed to pay attention. The woman was silent for a moment. Then her eyes went blue, and I blinked as a pretty hefty chunk of eddies was handed into my account. The eddies. For the trouble, and as an apology, the old woman offered, and I just sorta shrugged. She didn't give me the feel of someone that was lying. She seemed to be earnest about not knowing. The armor, did you use it on anyone else's gear? The woman blinked before cursing. A moment, please. Her eyes went yellow, but she came back after a minute. Must have been sending a text. I can send your measurements to another I know that does modifications. She offered out of the blue, throwing me for a loop. Huh? So you can get your suit replaced? Why would I go somewhere else? I already have a shop right here. I told her with a calm face. She was probably embarrassed about this whole thing. I know I would be. You would still trust my work? Other than the armor, it was comfortable and exactly what I wanted. So let's fix that, and we are good to go. I need a couple more of them in fact, and I was gonna ask how to repair them if you could show me? I'm a bit of a techie as well, but maybe I won't have to if the new ones actually have armor? I'll show you anyway. We can use this one since it's, well, trash. Come. She ordered, hopping off a little chair and dragging me into a back room with a workbench and a bunch of equipment. Oh, the woman was less a normal seamstress and more a techie herself. Makes sense, there were a lot of components in a normal net suit. Cool. Can you teach me a bit about this? Putting together a netrunner suit, I mean? She looked me over before shrugging. I can show you the basics. Everything else I will only teach my children. You are too young for my son. She informed me flatly as she waved her pipe at a chair. Sit. I chuckled a bit as I settled in. The woman was a master, and I know I only understood bits of what she was sharing, but it was still fascinating to learn. 100 Technical Attribute XP gained. Chapter 23. It took a few hours, but I walked out of the shop wearing a new leotard and a bag with a few spares. It had also cost me way less than the first one. So that was nice. Rather than head directly home, I decided to look around, maybe stop at a cafe or something to eat something different. I didn't want to turn into June and his vendor burrito aficionado status. The thought stopped me cold for a moment before I let it go. I would always worry about June, but all I could do is keep moving forward. I ended up stopping at a nice little cafe and eating a quiet lunch. The many mocks in the area were different. Thankfully, despite being Asian, no one bothered me since I wasn't exactly looking like a normal tiger claw. So, I got to people watch all the mocks that were everywhere in the area. Pastel and neon. Weird combo, but I could respect it. The mocks were interesting. On one hand, they were still sort of at the point in a gang's life where the original idea to actually make things better was still active. But at the same time, it was starting to die off. Greed changed everything. Instead of helping people like the mocks had been founded on, they were now shifting to helping the mocks and no one else. Funny how that goes. Soon it would shift more and the mocks would be like 6th Street, using force to keep their income stream safe and active. I finished up my lunch and left the little cafe, walking down the street just sort of taking in the sights of the area. Even here though, it was tense. Mocks were heavily armed. People were scurrying around for the most part. Shops all had extra security either in guards or equipment. Everyone was afraid of the gangs right now. Tiger claws were being aggressive as Strom poked them with a stick, and it was having a knock-on effect. Tiger claws being angry and hyper-aggressive meant mocks were running into trouble, which was cutting off mocks' areas from other gangs. Most of the other gangs wouldn't admit it, but it was making getting BDs that the mocks sold difficult, and so that was causing tension everywhere. Crazy to think that basically lack of porn was causing an issue throughout the city, but there you go. Night City folks. I was walking down through a small park area when I heard it. A cry of pain, the sound of flesh being struck, and angry voices. I felt myself tense, a stream of instincts all coming out to play as I lowered myself down to better control my center of gravity and crept along. My boots became absolutely silent on the concrete path. Thankfully it wasn't anything serious. I turned around a bush on the path and frowned as I saw a bunch of teenagers. 3 boys all standing around a 4th who was on the ground. And bruised and beaten up. Trying to fuck us over again, huh Knox? One of the boys said as he kicked the figure on the ground. I think I'll just take what BDs you have instead. Teach you a lesson, yeah? The boy on the ground groaned and curled up around a backpack. I sighed, a teenage brawl? A sale of BDs gone wrong? Well, I didn't see any guns or knives. So I was pretty uninterested. But it would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? To help out the guy on the ground. I considered it. I didn't really think of myself as a hero. I was kinda too selfish for that. But I had been doing a lot of murder, even if they all deserved it. Saving someone in trouble would be a good act. My shoulders slumped. Alright, I think that's enough of that, I called out as I came around the corner. The three boys still standing all startled for half a second before looking between each other and me incredulously. Who the hell is this? Never seen her before, you Ian? Nope. Hey, fuck off. One of them called out, throwing me a middle finger. I looked the three boys over. No. Don't know what's going on, but I'm interfering. Head off, I think you've beaten the kid enough for today. Maybe I haven't, chum. Why don't you fuck off, before we take you over to those bushes and play XBD? My nose crinkled. Disgusting. Just for that. I wasn't gonna let them walk away. I sighed as I adjusted my gloves a bit, ensuring they were tight, stretching my neck a bit to make sure I was limbered up. And then while the three gonks were all trying to square up and act like tough guys, I simply moved. Unfortunately, this was Night City. Teenagers knew how to fight here more often than not. They startled at my sudden aggression, but didn't run, instead they attacked. I wasn't able to throw the first punch. Stupid long boy arms. But I had a few levels in street brawling. Blocking a punch was nothing fancy. I took the hit on my forearms and ducked in. A right jab into his gut caused him to burst into a wheeze as he folded over. Wow, did this kid not know how to take a punch? I barely got my arm up in time to block a punch from my right. My eyes caught where he was looking, the accuracy of my karoshis making it child's play to lift a leg and catch his kick on my shin. The third guy was quicker than I thought. He didn't go for a punch, instead he grabbed my left arm in a harsh grip. Since I was already on one foot, he managed to move me pretty easily, almost throwing me to the ground, but I kept my feet by grabbing his wrist that was holding me. Then to my surprise I squeezed, and with a twist of my hand was able to rip his hand off my arm. Since I had him now, I pulled, tugging him into a knee that I slammed into his stomach. Turning to fight Kick Boy, I didn't quite manage to dodge a punch. I winced as his blow slammed not into me, but into the barrier holstered under my jacket. Ow! I wheezed a bit as he just punched a hunk of metal into my chest, but he was getting the worse off. As he was staggering back, cradling his hand. Time out. I managed to wheeze as I waved him off, reaching up under my jacket and wincing. He punched the barrier into my tit. Ow! I think you just broke my hand. He whined as he bent over his, clutching his wrist. Let's call it done? He asked after a minute of painful breathing as he struggled not to make too much noise. I had bent over the little stone wall that surrounded the park, clutching my chest as it throbbed in pain. Deal. Take your chums and get lost. I waved him off as I breathed, and after a few moments, the three boys turned tail and ran. Ow. Sure, cold blood could make me not feel it, but come on, going all cold for a couple of kids seemed so pointless. But still. Ow. Hey, you alive? I asked once the three were gone as I walked over to the beaten boy. Huh. Beaten Mox boy. That was definitely their colors. Live. He muttered as he looked me over from a single eye, the other one already swollen shut. At some point, he had stopped curling up and moved into a sitting position with his back resting against the stone wall. Good. I muttered, turning to walk away. I was so done here. Time to go check my bruised tit in my car. Even with the alerts for street brawling, I hadn't exactly been looking around for a fist fight. Also, my tit hurt. Wait. The teen gasped out as he sort of fumbled to stand. I turned and sort of stared at him, helpless to even get up, and sighed. I owe you one, let me thank you. He begged as he rose up. It was obvious he was weak, but he managed to get to his feet. As he did, he gasped as his bag was held wrong. Everything inside fell to the ground in a torrent. Condoms? No, wait. Those were BDs. They were in condom wrapping, because someone had a sense of humor. Fuck. He muttered, bending down into the dirt and stuffing them back into his bag. I watched for a minute before I finally decided to speak up. You should just leave them, I think you need to get to a ripper or something first. No. I can't. Any of the BDs I lose, I'll have to pay for. He gasped out as he was struggling to find them all. I sighed, and with a single glance of my scanner I had them all. 3 of them were hidden under a bush, but after a moment and a confirmation from my scanner, we had them all. Damn, are those Kuroshis? That's primware. He muttered, having noticed me looking around and scanning the ground. Thanks. I stood up, having grabbed the last of the BDs, and wiped my pants. I had just turned when I had a hand grab at my wrist. Hey. Wait. Hold on, I owe you one. I'm gonna go to Lizzy's to get checked out, you should come, I'm sure I can get you a reward for saving me. I don't really need a reward, thanks though. I offered, but the boy wasn't letting me walk away. See, come on, even if you won't accept a reward, you really saved me. Come by the bar, I can introduce you to Mateo, cheap drinks. I don't drink. I refused, waving my hands, but again he wasn't taking no for an answer. Then at least come with, let everyone know who helped out a Mox. We don't forget people who did us a favor. He begged. I was going to refuse again, but just as I was about to say it, he sort of limped and almost tripped. Fuck. He cursed, wincing at his ankle, which I noticed with a glance was swelling up. Looks sprained. Come on. I'll give you a ride at least. My car isn't far. I muttered. This is what I get for being the hero. A bruised tit, and having to do more work. He looked up, his face flashing into a smile. Which wasn't the best to look at with all the swelling. Yes. Hey, I'm Nox the Mox. He introduced himself. Nox the Mox? I asked as I felt my face flattening into a deadpan. Yep. I'm a seller, a good one. A catchy name means people remember you when they want something. Trust me, it sounds a bit weird, but my name alone has got me a ton of business. He practically chirped as he limped along until I helped stabilize him. Motoko. I don't run with a gang, so I guess I'm Motoko the Merc. Oh? A merc? I guess that explains the moves and the chrome. He said, adding a little karate chops to his words. Yeah, something like that. I muttered as we turned a corner and came up to my car. I could feel the moment he noticed it as he sorta pulled away a bit. Nice car. I might want to just walk. I chuckled a little at his response, because I really needed to get my ride painted. Don't worry, I'm not a wraith, despite what my ride says. I had a job that took me out to the Badlands. It turned into a bit of a mess, but I flatlined the previous owner, and now I have his ride. I really need to get it painted. Right. Okay, sure. He muttered, sounding a little suspicious, but I shrugged and helped him into the car as I went around. With a flick of my mind, I switched to map mode and made up a path to Lizzy's bar. So, a merc, huh? What's that like? Pay goes from good to complete shit, usually depending on how much someone shoots you. I told him truthfully as I pulled out to the street and started driving to the bar. What's a BD salesman like? It's good eddies when I have a buyer, but it's just ennies most of the time. Nothing like merc work. Trust me, merc stuff can be fun, but it also has moments where you do a lot of work or get in dangerous situations and get paid close to nothing. I said, remembering a certain job with a group of teenage gangers. That had been a bit of a mess. Thankfully the bar wasn't far, and I didn't have to share more than a few more bits about jobs I had done before I pulled slowly into the parking lot of Lizzy's bar. Of course, pulling up in a very obviously painted ride drew attention. I could see the bouncer Rita, if I remembered her name right, go from relaxing at the door to carrying her baseball bat with a vengeance. Still, I ignored that, instead stepping out and walking over to help Knox get out of the car as he was having a bit of trouble with his foot. Once he was upright, I didn't need to move anymore as Rita was there, baseball bat still held tightly in one hand as she looked over the two of us. Knox? What's going on? Rita, hey. I ran into Ian's group. They, weren't happy with my price, and thought clipping would be cheaper. He spoke before pointing at me. Motoko here saved my ass, fought them off and sent them packing, even helped me pack up my stock. The stock that you were specifically told to stop taking out? That stock? Rita snapped, but sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Let's get you inside and cleaned up. Susie can decide what to do about you and your sticky fingers. The bouncer said as she reached over and helped Knox by grabbing his other arm. She stopped from moving though as she looks me over. We don't let wraiths into the bar. Not a wraith. Just a merc. The previous owner of the car totaled my old one. I offered, lying. I didn't have a previous car, but it made me sound more mature rather than saying I stole it because I didn't have a ride and was sick of taking the bus and train. Right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was just making sure Knox got somewhere for help. I'll just head out. I added, moving to walk away when a hand once again grabbed at me. No. Rita. Motoko saved me. The least we can do is invite her in. Knox asked, and I felt my shoulders slump a bit. I turned around. That really isn't necessary. I dashed. It is. You did Mox a massive favor. We don't just send people away who do that. Susie should hear. Let her decide. He begged, and I honestly didn't want to deal with this anymore, but Rita's shoulders slumped a bit as she started walking. Fine, she can come in. Just don't cause any trouble. Rita demanded, and I really considered just leaving, but Knox was throwing me a thumbs up and waving me to follow, and I sighed as I followed in after them. I didn't even like bars. Much less a BD bar that was one step away from a dollhouse. I followed in after all. Mostly because I was kinda curious if I would see Judy. So I walked into Lizzy's bar. We went instantly to the left and into a small side room off the entrance, where Knox was lowered onto a couch and Rita went around a bunch of lockers and grabbed a med kit. I looked around and was staring at an array of computers along the wall. Security, or was it the lights and music controls? I wasn't sure, and I wasn't about to go snooping. So I ignored it, and I watched as Rita, with surprisingly careful hands considering her arms were all chrome and covered in spikes, she slathered some goop on Knox's face and gave him a few bandages. Thanks, Rita. You are always trouble, kid, try not to piss people off so much. She instantly retorted as she rose. I'll get Mateo to bring in something to drink and maybe something for the pain, and I'll call Susie. She is gonna deal with this from here. I need to get back outside. She stood, and as she walked past me she still and gave me a look. Don't cause any trouble. She spoke bluntly, absolutely a threat, but I just shrugged. I'm not on a job, not much of a troublemaker otherwise. I assured her, and she sorta nodded without doing so. I think she likes you. Knox offered as he lay back on the couch, sort of sighing. I think you need to get your head checked. I said as I sat in the desk chair. You gonna be good? Yeah, Mateo will bring me something good for the pain and I'll be square. But soon Susie will be here and she can slip you a nice reward. I don't really need anything, a reward sounds a little silly. Nonsense. You saved a Mox, the least we should do. Besides, I haven't gotten your number yet. What do I do if I need to hire a merc if I don't get your number? He asked, flashing me a crooked smile that had nothing to do with his bruised and bloody lip. Talk to a fixer. I retorted simply, which caused his smile to twitch and deflate at my instant refusal. The noise of the club picked up suddenly as the door opened. Knox. Hey, Sus. He called out, sounding cheerful even if he was only looking at her with one eye. She gave a sigh as she looked him over for a moment before seeming to decide he would live. She turned to me. Susie Q. The leader of the Mox. Also a woman that didn't seem to be happy to deal with this shit right now. You are? Motoko. Just someone that saw Knox getting in trouble and decided to help out. I offered with a shrug, which didn't seem to satisfy the woman. She kept her eyes locked on me, as if trying to will me to fess up or alter my story. But I literally had no idea what she wanted. Your help is appreciated then. You helped the Mox. We will remember. She offered simply, and I shrugged. No worries. I just saw someone getting beat up and decided to step in. I turned towards the door. All right. I'm heading out. Knox, heal well, try not to pick fights with people that are stronger than you. Or more numerous. Ah, come on, Motoko, at least give me your number. I might have some jobs for you. I sighed as I moved to open the door as I bent my head over my shoulder, letting my eyes go gold. There. See you around. I called after sending him a handshake exchange. His information and mine shared between us. Preem. He called out as I headed out, swiftly running from the bar, and the many people giving me looks. It wasn't my fault I had a race car. I mean, it was that I hadn't gotten it painted yet. Okay, fine. I guess it was my fault. I hurried to my car, noticing a Mox girl hiding by the driver's door as she dug through her bag, a clink of spray cans reaching my ears. I sighed and hurried, getting there just in time to slip the can out of her hand as she reached to start graffitiing my car. The old paint job is terrible, I know, but I already have plans to get a new one. Let's leave it at that. I tell the younger girl. She was probably 12, 13? Smaller than me, as she hastily accepted my offer of her spray can back before she took off. I just let her run off. No point in causing a scene. Even if Rita had looked like she was about to hurry over and protect the little girl, this city needed to relax a little. I slipped into the car, ignoring everything else as I slowly backed out of the spot so I wouldn't hit anyone, and sedately drove to the street access. A flip of my turn signal, and a double check to make sure I had space let me slip onto the road and slowly accelerate off the property. The next morning I was back to grinding tech. I had spent the afternoon, after dealing with the Knox situation, heading out to the dump to find some goodies. Thankfully it had done some good. New pieces of tech to work on had made the alerts start popping up again. I was so close to another level. I also still hadn't heard from June, but I was doing my best to ignore that. Haromi was in class, and I really had nothing to do but just keep grinding away. I munched on mystery meat stick as I continued to tinker on getting the laptop working. My current plan was to take a few of the laptops I had managed to get working again, and try to learn how to make my own quick hacks. I hadn't gained any knowledge on them from crafting, so there must be a new skill hidden there in the system for me to learn, and I needed more numbers. Numbers for the numbers god. I took a break and stretched a long yawn pulling from my throat as I decided to get some lunch. With Haromi in school, I wouldn't be able to eat with her, but I figured I could head out and find something tasty, and after, maybe I should get my car painted. Probably should do that sooner rather than later. I grumbled as I headed out. Paint first. Then food. So I did eventually find a shop, and in the future of Cyberpunk it only took about 2 hours for a full paint job. But I was running into some trouble. It's not a Wraith car. It's mine. Why's it got Wraiths on it then? 'Cause it used to belong to a Wraith. Then I flatlined him. Now it's mine. I explained. Again. The man sitting behind a little desk in the office of the mechanic's shop was chewing on a cigarette as he leaned back. A mechanical leg propped up on a cushion, every bit the grungy mechanic. And what happens when they find out we painted their ride? Not looking for trouble like that. Kinda hard to find something out when you were left in the desert to die. I answered suggestively. His whole crew ended that way. Nothing to worry about. I just want people to stop trying to mess with my car when I leave it. $2,000. You have your prices listed right there. Still $2,000. I'm taking on risk. Ugh. Even if I spend an hour explaining to you that there is no risk, you aren't gonna listen, are you? Nope. $2,000. Fine. As long as it doesn't look like shit. Alright. His eyes went gold as he let his people know, and I could see my car get moved into the painting bay. The whole thing was practically automatic, and the length was really just for the paint to dry. Any good food places around here? Nope. Lovely. He was right. The food around here was terrible. I ended up with a grumbling belly as I waited for the paint job to be finished. I was sitting in an old musty chair in the office, watching the TV along with the shop owner who was completely ignoring me when it happened. This is Network News 54 interrupting our regularly scheduled program of Will It Chip, with an emergency announcement from the NCPD. The anchor appeared, interrupting the absolute mind-melting stupidity of the previous show. The NCPD are now declaring the District of Pacifica as a no-go zone. The danger has escalated from high to extreme. All travel from the district will be fired upon, and treated as a threat to the security of Night City. Gunfire continues currently in the district, and anyone who lives nearby should make sure to close their security blinds in case of stray fire. Damn. The shop owner grumbled as he heard the news. I don't get it. Don't the NCPD normally call Pacifica a no-go zone anyways? Yeah, but switching it to extreme means there is a massive problem, probably with the combat zone. I felt myself frown. The combat zone. I knew bits about it, but it wasn't something that was accessible in the game. Kids. He grumbled at me. It means they likely lost containment. The NCPD put cyber psychos inside when they can't, or don't want to deal with them any other way. I thought that was a rumor. Pfft, rumor, or truth? Who knows? All I know is that anytime something crazy happens with the combat zone, Pacifica gets locked down. But it's worse than that, kid. To put together a full blockade of Pacifica, NCPD are going to be busy on that side of the city. What do you think that means for the rest of us? With a gang war already going on? Get ready, kid. Shit in Night City is about to get wild for a while. The older man offered, sighing as he reached behind him and grabbed his tactician. The shotgun had been resting against the wall until then. Then, as if it was an everyday occurrence, he pulled out a box of shotgun shells and started loading the side saddle, making sure he would have all the ammunition he might need in case of trouble. It's gonna get that bad? I couldn't help but ask the way he was acting. Tonight's gonna be hell, kid. The gangs will know that tonight they get a free pass. NCPD will bunker down and let the rest of the city go to hell until Pacifica is taken care of. That little gang war between the Claws and Strom? Tonight we will see a real gang war. They will go all out. He sighed. Gonna tell the guys to finish up and head home. Suggest you do the same, girl. Chapter 24. Driving my newly painted black Quadra Type 66 was nice. The fact the city was almost shockingly quiet meant I couldn't enjoy it. I had already made a few texts. Haromi was bunkering down with her parents. Apparently school was cancelled until the state of emergency was over. Ichi said he would be working for Shobo, running supplies. He had even asked if I wanted to join him. I hadn't answered back yet. Because June. Normally with something like this I would have settled into the apartment and just ignored it. As bad as it was going to be, I wasn't a member of the Tiger Claws. I wasn't a member of the Maelstrom. Their gang war had very little to do with me directly, but June would be out there. Somewhere. Alone. Probably throwing himself into murdering Maelstrom. The temptation to join with Ichi, to maybe run into June on Ichi's resupply runs. It was tempting. So as I drove home I made a call. The same call I made every day, in hopes I would get an answer. Like always, the call wasn't answered. Fine. I would just have to join Ichi and run around the city in the middle of a gang war to find my idiot brother. That would show him. I was practically gnashing my teeth as I pulled into the parking garage. Taking up my space. June's space. No, what should be our space, but wasn't. Stupid June. I stomped into the apartment suiting up in my new Edge Runner outfit. Every bit the Motoko Kusanagi that I wanted to be. I loaded up, grabbing what weapons I thought I would need. I loaded up the tactician I had grabbed from the kids so long ago, really annoyed that I had passed on the Satara that I had let Ichi have. I could have used a tech shotgun right now. Stupid Maelstrom. Stupid metal faces. I was just about to give Ichi a call to let him know I was on my way when someone called me. Ringing. I blinked, almost dropping my tactician. June. Motoko. June had actually called me. June. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Are you okay? I have a car now. If you need me to pick you up, just tell me. Do you need rescuing? Tell me what Strom I have to go flatline and I'll be there in a few minutes. I rambled a bit at him. Motoko. Enough. I want you to stay home tonight. Lock the door. Don't leave until I tell you. Wa, June. I know it's going to be crazy tonight, but I'm worried about you. I haven't heard from you in forever, asterisk. Asterisk I've been busy Motoko. Now promise me you will stay home asterisk. Asterisk no. Not unless you promise me you will actually come home. June. Yo dash asterisk. Asterisk Motoko. I don't have time to baby you. Get in the apartment and don't leave. Do as I say, asterisk he yelled, although the audio wasn't actually verbal, so it couldn't really get that loud. But I got it loud and clear. June just snapped at me. June? Asterisk do it Motoko. I have to go asterisk. Asterisk wait. June, asterisk I called out, but the call was over. What the fuck? I cursed as I looked around my brain, seemingly unable to process for a moment. The desire to slam a phone on the hook filled me, but was unfortunately impossible. Stupid future, where was a century-old landline when you need one? I finally heard from June only for him to basically tell me to stay out of it. Well, obviously I didn't want to get involved in this shit, but June was being stupid. I picked up my shotgun glaring at the tactician for a moment, before breathing out a breath letting the frustration go with it. June was still alive. Obviously he wanted me to be safe. I just wanted him to be safe too. I put the shotgun on the dining room table, having to push aside all the junk I had been tinkering with. Fine. I would stay home tonight. For now. But I would be keeping an ear to the ground just in case. Ringing. Asterisk hey itchy, I can't go tonight. June wants me to stay home, but do me a favor. Send me some updates throughout the night. If you need help, or something crazy starts happening, let me know, asterisk. Asterisk. Yeah. Alright. I'll call you if we need an extra gun. Stay safe Motoko. Everyone is saying it's gonna get crazy for a while asterisk. Asterisk you too itchy. You'll need it more than me tonight asterisk. Angry tinkering followed. I took apart my carnage and with the knowledge I had from Gun Nut, and a lot of extra scrap now lying around the house. Okay, so maybe it was a good thing June wasn't home. I basically started fixing the parts on the gun that often had problems. The cocking handle got stuck because they put a plastic doohickey inside a shotgun designed to be as unsmooth as possible. So I took it out and basically made my own. Using a bit of scrap metal and a handheld cutting torch that was in the toolbox, I cut out a new part. So I had to fabricate a copy of the doohickey that kept the shotgun's pump handle from just falling out of alignment and letting you actually pump the shotgun. After a few minutes of struggling to get it right, I managed to replace the plastic piece. With that while pumping the shotgun still felt like I was fighting an angry squirrel, but it would keep working for a lot longer without just breaking down. As the plastic had a tendency to just shatter with the forces the carnage put itself under. Technical attribute XP had been flowing in, as I basically just went to a weak point in the carnage and just fixed it. My anger crafting actually worked out as when I finished installing the part, one got the alert. Technical attribute leveled up. I blinked as I took in the new information. I looked at the toolbox. The toolbox that had tools that I hadn't used, because I had no idea what they were. Still didn't know what all of them were, but I knew a little more now. Enough to know that I had a better solution than what I had just done. Angry repair shop lady's toolbox had been my source of fixing stuff so far, but I realized she really hadn't screwed me over as much as I had thought. Well, I didn't know the price of the tools yet, but I knew how useful some of them were. One was literally a miniature 3D printer of sorts. Except it could print metal. Put something that wasn't absolute top-of-the-line metals into the hopper, it would break down the metal and then print out whatever design you needed. That had potential. I picked up the device that was about as big as a loaf of bread and settled it flat onto the table. Pulling out my connector port and hooked it in, and within a few moments thanks to my Karoshi, I was able to basically upload a schematic of the doohickey I needed. I didn't have to think about dimensions or tolerances, as the Karoshi scan of the plastic version handled almost all of that, with a bit of my own knowledge adjusting it, until I had the schematic of the doohickey I needed. I put in a bit of steel into the hopper, and watched as the device quickly began producing the part one needed. Future tech. I smiled as I already got another crafting alert. Doing something new earned a faster level up, I remembered. I grinned before an explosion outside dimmed my happiness. That wasn't the first explosion of the night. Nor would it be the last. I stood and peeked out the guard blinds. I couldn't see the source of the explosion, too far away, but the noise didn't end. Gunshots. Explosions. I had turned off the news when the reports started coming in. I was tempted. An urge was there to just head out into the night. There was a lot of XP I could gain out there. Stopping crimes. Killing Borgs. But I didn't. I was sneaky, but it was one thing to sneak through a den of sleepy scavs, and another to sneak up on a group ready and looking for a fight. So I stayed inside, and had to deal with the fact that I decided not to head out. If I was a hero, I would go out. To save even a few people. If I was a villain, I would go out. To kill and get more loot and power. But I wasn't either of those things. I had walked past plenty of homeless people in the city before. I hadn't stopped to save them. I had killed people, but I liked to believe I had done it for more than just the XP. More than just my own personal benefit. I had killed on a job, or because I wanted to stop the scavs. So I wasn't a hero or a villain. I was Motoko, and Motoko would listen to June. At least for tonight. But tomorrow? Well. That was a whole other day, and June had better be prepared. The news chattered away as I continued to tinker. Crafting had been leveling fast as I messed with my equipment. My Unity was given a going over, and I even replaced some of the older parts. It had been a weapon June had got for me more for personal protection than for running through scav dens. So I did some work on it, messed with the trigger, replaced the spring, even took a few minutes to design an extended magazine and make one. I was no longer limited to 12 rounds. I now had 15. Whew. I giggled at my own pleasure at such a minor improvement overall, but it did give me a nice alert. 100 crafting XP gained. So that was nice. But while I was cozy in my apartment, the city was burning. Often literally. The news had a few reports about the Pacifica thing, and while it was obviously heavily propagandized, there was a hint that all the positive reports were bullshit. Considering the cordon was still active. So I waited. I did get messages from Ichi through the night. He was nice enough to give me little updates. Thankfully, all he was really doing was transporting ammunition and staying away from the bad war zones. So he and Malcolm were tired but fine. Haromi had taken to sending me paragraph-length texts about how bored she was. So she was fine. Nothing yet from June. So I just continued to tinker. I had plenty of parts right now. Lots of scrap to mess with, so I just went to work. I did some adjustment on my weapons sights, making sure they were more accurate. Repaired damaged parts, and cleaned all my weapons. Since I had so many now, and they were all previously owned by scavs, or Raffen, some were quite messy. And so I spent the day working with my hands and blocking out the world. Enjoying the feeling of bringing life back to my equipment. Crafting skill level up. The alert came mid-afternoon, and I sighed. Crafting 3 meant I was once more at my tech attributes cap. Once again I was stuck trying to level tech rather than the skill. At least the surge of new information meant I had plenty of new things to tinker with. One of the laptops that I had found had an issue I now knew the solution for, and I was going to do that first. Just as I was soldering a new power line for the laptop, having realized the issue was the power source wasn't connecting right anymore, the door opened. I instantly reached for a gun. My carnage was closest as I went to grab it only to get tangled in the laptop and end up overbalanced. I turned it into a tumble where I landed on my back with the carnage pointed at the door. Motoko. Junie. I replied to his greeting as I lowered the shotgun. Welcome home. I said, unable to get my tongue to say anything else. June hadn't taken my advice to stop chipping in new chrome. He nodded almost coldly as he entered the apartment, looking around at my mess of guns and parts, and other equipment. But I was staring at all the new pieces. His arms I had seen before. His legs were new, he was wearing pants, but they hung lower on his hips, showing the chrome peeking up from his legs. His eyes were different. He definitely had subdermal armor as well. A large chunk of his stomach was now fake. A black carbon fiber looked to his new abs that meant they were definitely chipped in. He carried a new katana on his hip. That wasn't our Otosan's katana. It was the more military style that Arasaka produced. I thought it looked cool, but it wasn't our family's weapon. The weapon Jun had carried with him religiously. Jun. Motoko. You've made a mess. Clean it up. Well, sorry, since I was the only one living here, I made it my own. I snapped at him before stopping and taking a breath. Jun, what did you do to yourself? That's way too much chrome that fast. You're gonna lose your mind. I don't need your opinion, Motoko. I didn't ask for it either. I'm here because you were going to do something stupid. Threatening to go after the Maelstrom with everything going on. Are you stupid? He snapped at me, that coldness turning into Jun's normal hot-headedness. Don't tell me about stupid Jun. How much chrome have you chipped in the last month? How many drugs do they have you on? Any? Was that chrome even good stuff, or just garbage you took from the Strom? I said I don't need your opinion. He snapped, I'm doing what I have to. He snapped at me back. But I wasn't going to let this go. Jun. You don't have to do this. Stop it. Stay home. Get your bearings again. Get used to your chrome dash. Enough. He roared and punched out. I could tell it wasn't heading for me, so I didn't move, but Jun's armored fist smashed into the kitchen divider wall, blowing a hole right through it. You never listen. I'm not going to baby you forever, Motoko. Grow up. Learn to take care of yourself for once. I flinched back at that. For the first time, he actually said something that actually hurt me. Sure. I had relied on Jun to take care of me. I mean, he was one paying for the apartment. Rent, food, clothes. Anything I needed he took care of. And now he was throwing that into my face. I know I rely on you. I'm trying to move past that, but I still want you in my life. I don't want to see you dead. Jun didn't say anything. He was sort of staring past me, at the hole in the wall and then down at his shaking hands. Jun. You pushed too far. Too hard. Why don't you sit down? We can talk this out. Just for a little while. Okay? It took a moment, but as I slowly reached out for his hand that he was staring at, he jerked away from me. Stop trying to get in my way. I have to do this. What is this? What is it that you have to do, that you'll tear yourself apart to do it? I'll kill them, Motoko, all of them. I won't stop until they are all dead. Nothing can get in my way. Not even you. He pointed at me then. Stay out of it. Stop bothering me. He hissed, and it sounded more like an older brother telling his little sister to stop bothering him and his friends. That wasn't what was happening though. This was Jun trying to cut out all of his connections. No, I tell his back as he moves to walk out of the apartment only to stop. I won't stop trying to reach you. To try and make you stop. This isn't you, Jun, this doesn't have to be you. His fists clenched as he turned on me. You always get in the way. Good. I will always get in the way of you trying to kill yourself. You think you are doing this for your friend? Or to avenge them? You aren't. This is suicide. Suicide by Maelstrom. I won't sit here and let you die. I won't die. Not before I kill them. He answered, and I could tell he was actually trying to sound cool. Fucking gonk, what kind of edgelord bullshit is that? I screamed at him, but he didn't stop and left the apartment. I chased after him. No way was I letting this end here. He was fast though. Stupid cyber-legged idiot. I caught him outside as he climbed onto his bike. Jun. Goodbye, Motoko. He said before the engine of his bike started up, and even as I chased after trying to leap onto his bike so he couldn't escape, he was gone. Driving down the road. Away from me. Idiot. I screamed as I did my best to chase after him, but as I hit the road I had to leap back onto the sidewalk to dodge a van that was speeding down the street. By the time I turned back to June, he was gone. Fuck. I was back upstairs not long after, loading everything I would need. Why the hell would I let June race off into the sunset knowing he is going to suicide by Maelstrom Borg? It wasn't going to be easy tracking him down, but I had wheels and I could follow the gunshots. I would keep hitting every firefight between Tiger Claws and Strom until I found him. Even if I had to murder every Strom in the city first. Something about that twigged at my mind, something about that thought was hypocritical, but I shook it away. Save idiot June first. I cocked my carnage, the action much smoother than it had been before I went to work on it. Loaded and ready, I put it to the side. Already I had a bag full of weapons and gear I was going to bring with me. And a lot of ammo. I shouldered the large bag now full of weapons I had found hidden away in my closet, and after removing the weird Tiger Claw swag, I had a good enough gun bag. Then I took it downstairs across the street and into the parking garage. I loaded it all up in the passenger seat of my ride. Alright Motoko. Go get suited up and let's rescue June. I whispered to myself, patting my casual clothes clear of the dust and grime they had accumulated from all my tinkering. I took 2 steps to do that when I bonked my head. Idiot. I forgot the meds. I had already been low after my desert adventure and I had bought some more in the following days. But I needed to load up more than just the emergency inhaler that was in my strap-on pockets. I was about to go on a roaring rampage of revenge. Justice. A rampage of justice. Yeah, I was definitely going to get hurt hunting June and killing Strom. I would need to load that up first, then suit up. I walked out of the garage, considering if there was anything else I wanted to bring along. I already had most of my stuff stuffed into my car. So I was probably just overthinking it. As I moved to cross the street, I felt it. A warning sign. Danger sense. Someone was about to spot me? I looked around, but it wasn't until I looked back towards the road I realized what danger I was in. Maelstrom. A large Maelstrom truck roared down the street along with 2 bikers as they raced down. I backed up but realized instantly that I was in trouble. They were looking at me. They were coming for me. I drew my Unity, the only weapon I had on hand, and started firing. 4 rounds into the truck's driver's side window didn't get me anything, but the bikers were more affected as I watched rounds bounce off their body, but one went through one of the biker's leg in a burst of blood. He didn't lose control, but he definitely slowed down after that. Then the other biker was on me. A pipe in his hand swung from his motorcycle. I leapt to the side, rolling away from him as his tires squealed as he turned. This was bad. I turned and ran back towards the garage. They would catch up if I went through the entrance. So I looked up. Parkour guided me, clambering up an advertisement, then leaping to the 2nd floor of the building, starting to climb up when a roar echoed out, the concrete above it exploding, sending shrapnel into my face. And I was falling. I crashed into the concrete below, just managing to roll as I hit the ground. Did cat-like just save my life? I think it did. I love cat-like. Cat-like is love. I came back up ready to fight, my hand reaching for a weapon only for nothing to be there. Not because of a lack of weapons. My Unity was back in my holster. I could feel it. But because of a lack of hand, my hand was gone. Where was my hand? There was nothing but bloody gristle and... Oh. 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 I felt cool rush through me, icing my veins and calming my freakout. My hand. I needed that. I did all my stuff with my hand. Coolness flushed even that thought away. Calming and centering me. But it still took me a moment. I was so thrown for that moment that I slowed just enough that the biker caught me. I raised my hands. My arms. Just in time, blocking the pipe with my forearm, and giving me a nasty crunch that sent a shock of pain up my arms as I crashed and rolled across the cement again. Before I could get up, I was pinned. Bloody leg board grabbed my hair and smashed me into the concrete. Ow. Unfortunately for him, I still had a hand. Just the one, but it was enough. He raised me up and I slipped my knife below his armpit. I was right. He might have subdermal armor, but he didn't have it everywhere. He didn't have the armor covering his armpit. which was really stupid. That is a nasty place to get stabbed. I twisted and pulled a jet of white Borg blood shooting out as I did. He immediately howled and started bashing my face into the concrete. Ow. 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 I could feel myself blacking out as he continued to batter me for a moment, before he suddenly grew weak and fell over. 1000 XP gained. Ah, good. He died. I coughed a bit, blood splattering the concrete as I tried to push myself up, only to find out it really hurts when you push a bloody stump into the ground. It knocked the wind out of me for a moment even through cold blood, as I fell back down. Damn. She got sick stroke. Fucking more dangerous than I thought, this her? Yeah, definitely the Oni's family. Sister, I think. I saw them together this morning while I was tailing the Oni. Well, stop her from bleeding out and load her up. Don't want the claws to show up, do we? You got it. He chuckled as I felt hands hold me down, and a nasty piece of cloth was wrapped around my forearm. Wait. Hold her down. I don't want any more trouble. The voice called back, and a moment later I felt like a full-grown Borg was pressing down on me, holding me still as I moaned a bit out of my battered face. Then something flashed. Oh. I guess I will need a hand from now on. Because I was out of them. Chapter 25. I don't know how long it was before I woke up, but I knew I wasn't rested. In fact, I felt pretty awful. I was hanging in the air. It took me a minute to realize I had a chain around my chest and under my arms, and I was hanging in the air as my feet waved a bit below me. All foods? I wondered as I looked around. No, I noticed as I looked around. It didn't look like a food place. Or the All Foods factory. This was more. Warehouse. Oh, finally awake, huh? Good. An unfamiliar voice called out, and I looked around. Suddenly I was jerked to the side, and my eyes met the glowing red spider optics of a fully Borged out Maelstrom. We already called the Oni out. Let him know we have his little sister. Hopefully he comes soon. I really want to rip him into pieces. Think I'll even chip in his arms. They belong to a chum I knew. Good chrome. It'll be nice to wear it. He spoke, smiling with an awful smile. I could smell chemicals and death on his breath. That's right, Maelstrom liked their drugs and chrome. The fuck's an Oni? I asked. My face was puffed up and it felt like my lips were numb. Yeah, I had gotten hit pretty hard there. The Oni. Oni. The fuck are you trying to pull? He suddenly screamed at me as he shook me around. Hey Ratchet, chill out, big guy. Chill here, have a hit from this, it's good shit. A new voice called out as a still Borged out Strom walked in, but at least he wasn't an imminent cyber psycho like this other guy. I hoped. He tossed the Borgen inhaler who dropped me, letting me swing a bit from the chain as he took a hit. Heh. Bad luck, girl. Oni has been chopping our kumbas up for the last month, so we are solving that today. If your brother doesn't show up in an hour, we are throwing you to the scavenging pit. You got some preem peepers. I know lots of chums that will happily carve them out of your skull. Chathming. I muttered, earring a chuckle from the man who walked up and steadied me. Sorry about the hands. But they were meat anyways. Who knows, if you kill someone in the pit, we will let you take theirs. How about it? Sounds like a nice deal, right? He chuckled at me as I glared back at him. Don't be like that, I mean, it's a chance for you to survive, better than nothing, eh? He asked, then chuckled darkly. Yeah, real funny, how was I supposed to kill someone without hands? Wepthons? I asked finally, as he was just waiting around watching me with a sinister smile on his lips. If he thought I would cry or beg, or something, he was in for a surprise. Heh. Feisty. No weapons, at least no guns. It's about chrome on chrome. But tell you what, girl. He said as he walked away towards a table. Ah. My stuff. He grinned as he pulled out my knife. Still coated in white Borg blood, he waved it around before pointing it at me. I'll let you take this into the ring, what do you say? Yes. Or no? I didn't hesitate. He was definitely trying to play me, but without that knife I was dead. Yes, he smiled, and then he stabbed me. I grunted as he plowed the knife into my right forearm. I couldn't see it as my arms were stuck back behind me, but I felt it. I hung there for a moment, letting cool completely coat my mind. Not a sound escaped me. "I'm gonna kill you, fair dat," I rasped after a minute, and the man burst into a happy smile. "I love when they say yes," he whispered into my ear, before walking out of the room, leaving me hanging there. Ow. A long period of time passed where I was forced to just hang there under the watchful eyes of the cyber psycho who would take a hit from his inhaler every couple of minutes. I had time to think. To consider. I had tried to call, but I wasn't able to get anything to go through. Texts bounced back as well. Probably some kind of jammer up. I opened my stat menu. I had a skill and stat point. Time to use it. Because I won't get another chance if I die. I had wanted to level ninjutsu again. But they weren't leaving me unsupervised. The psycho was staring at me. It was creepy. So I only had one real option, something to give me the highest chance in the fight to come. Reflex 6. Blade 6. I let the knowledge flow through me. I don't know if it would be enough, but I could only hope it was. The door opened again. A long painful time later. Well, it's past our deadline. Time to face the scavenging pit. Shame the Oni didn't come. But we'll get him next time, the bastard said as he jerked his head, and the psycho stood up and easily lifted me off the hook that I had been hanging from. I winced as he wasn't gentle, and he definitely hit the knife, jostling it on purpose. Ow. So June's nickname was the Oni? That's pretty cool. Good job, June, you became famous. Fuck, my everything hurt. I think the fuckers broke my nose too. They dragged me out of the back room they kept me in, which had probably been the warehouse's office, into a riot of activity. A party was going on. Or something like it. I was carried through the crowd, and more than a few Maelstrom laughed or even reached out to give me a punch as they carried me through the crowd. Ow. But it wasn't all Maelstrom. Plenty of normals were hanging around, getting drunk or taking drugs. The room wasn't packed exactly, but it was definitely a party. Then I was dropped into a pit. Cat-like saving me once again as I landed well enough not to splatter my skull across the concrete. I was in a charnel house. Old dried blood was everywhere, and I could see body parts still littering the ground. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If you are going to have a fighting pit, at least have some fucking class. Haha. Welcome everyone. We have a surprise for tonight. The sister of the Oni, he called out, and the crowd went wild as I slowly rose up to my knees. They had pulled off the chain from around my chest when they threw me in. So I was finally able to bring my arms forward, to look at my stumps. At least they had actually put something over the ends. The white bandages were stained red as I looked them over. Oh man, I was so glad I felt cold as ice right now. I know I would be wanting to puke if not for that. The fact my arms didn't shake was probably solely thanks to cool veins. It would be enough. It would have to be enough. Tonight the scavenging pit is open to all. This little demoness has a set of karoshi. So who wants to dig in? He laughed menacingly as the crowd erupted in eagerness. I rested, getting blood back into my shoulders as I waited for what was going to come. Finally, though, the Borg that was running this, the bastard called for quiet. The crowd went silent, and I looked around realizing that all of the Maelstrom I could see were armed. Right. This was a trap for June. A chance for good chrome. A chance to get revenge on our brothers and sisters. Who will face the little demoness? You? He asked, throwing a finger, and the kid he pointed to flexed his artificial muscles. You. He shifted, pointing to another kid who cheered at the offer, showing a toothy smile as he turned to me and flipped me off. I did the same back, but I didn't have hands. The realization shocked me. That instinct. Phantom limb. I shivered. I could feel my hand flipping him off back. I could feel it. I swallowed back bile. No. Keep it cool. I breathed in and out. The pain was there but distant. I would not break. 100 cool XP gained. I almost chuckled at the alert. Yeah. I got this. Yes. Our hunter of the chrome has been chosen. The man roared, and the kid that flipped me off leapt into the pit. I looked him over and winced. The kid looked like a chop shop went to town on his body. His arms were too big, heavily muscled gorilla arms. The sort that were probably designed for someone a lot larger. But the rest of him was chromed as well. The kid was probably more metal than meat. I scoffed at myself. I said kid, but he was probably late teens, early 20s. Easily twice my size, before he bore it out on Maelstrom Chrome. The rules of the pit for our newest competitor. There aren't any. Kill or be killed. Begin. The bastard called out, and instantly, the crowd started cheering and taunting me. Good thing I really didn't care. I wasn't going to die here. The kid though didn't care. He was showboating for the crowd. I guess that was fair. To him and the crowd, this wasn't a cage match. It was an execution. It gave me time to prepare. I couldn't do shit without my weapon. So I turned towards my right arm, where a knife was sticking out of my bicep. As the kid showboated, I took a deep breath and let it out, then I bent down and gripped the knife in my teeth. Biting down as hard as I could enough to practically feel my teeth crack, I yanked. The knife came free. I was armed. I was no longer weaponless. Haha. Oh man, look at you. What are you going to do? Gnaw at me to death? The kid laughed, practically crying at the sight of my only method of attack. I charged, ignoring everything else. If I waited, I was dead. He jerked at my sudden approach, but he calmed instantly, a cocky smile on his face. I juked, making it look like I was coming in to try and stab his face, but instead dropping sliding under the punch he threw at me. My blade cut across the inside of his thigh at the same time that he kicked out, hammering me away. The crowd roared at the sight of blood as I came to a stop on the floor, coughing out the knife in my mouth as I groaned. He had kicked me in the stomach. I felt like my stomach was now inside my lungs. But I couldn't stay defenseless. I reached down with my stupid stumps and stumbled the knife between them, getting it back in my teeth just in time to roll away as he stomped down where my head had been. Bitch! I'm gonna squeeze your head until those eyes pop right out. He screamed as he charged right after, chasing me down as I rolled and scrambled to get to my feet. Ow. Finally he caught up and I turned around. Going in again. This time he wasn't going for a punch. No, the kid was serious about squeezing the life out of me. He was desperately trying to grab me, as I just managed to stay outside of the range of his grasping fingers. He was getting closer. I realized in that moment all of my instincts, all of the experience I had gained in actual combat, and from leveling told me this was the only moment I had. If I didn't do anything now, I was dead. So instead of running like he expected, I charged in. His hands grasping just behind my head as I jerked my whole body, ending with my head to stab the knife right into the side of his neck. It went in. I almost thought I had done it. It went in. But then a pair of hands wrapped around my skull. The pressure was so intense, my jaw clicked open despite myself, and I was pulled away from his neck. Be bitch. He rasped once again, as I had definitely pierced through something fleshy in his throat, just not deep enough. Then he began squeezing. I stopped hearing the crowd, because all I could hear was my own skull creaking. So I did the only thing I could. I lifted my legs up to my chest and kicked with everything I had, right onto the hilt of my knife still hanging in his throat. It went deeper and then tore, ripping itself free of his synth flesh. The white blood flowed. A torrent that immediately eased up the pressure on my skull as I was dropped to the ground, gasping as my head spun. I breathed for a moment, just regaining my awareness as I slowly stopped feeling like my brain was leaking out my ears. I looked over as the kid flopped to the ground. Yeah. Blade 6 had actually taught me something interesting. The best way to slit a throat wasn't a cut. It was a stab, and then a punch. Don't cut the throat. Rip it out. 1000 XP gained. I rose. The crowd was cheering and booing in equal measure, but I wasn't done. I knew that. Whatever this bastard had planned, I was just a toy to him. So I took a few steps over to the kid, and with a bit of difficulty, I managed to get the knife in between my stumps. Then I brought it up to my teeth. I wouldn't die here. Not tonight. Not like this. I would just rip and tear until it was done. Bravo! He called out then. The glare on his face instantly shifting to something more showy and fake. Give a round of applause to our newest winner of the scavenging pit. You all know the rules, don't you? He called, and the crowd roared back in response. You keep what you kill. He let the crowd roar for a moment before regaining control. That's right. We are Borgs of our word. Bring her up here. It's time for her to get chipped. He called out, and I noticed that same cyberpsycho that had dragged me out here jumped into the pit. Fuck. I tried to struggle, but the guy was too fast and too strong. The moment his hands touched me, it was over, and I was pinned and struggled desperately as he hauled me out of the pit. The kid's body dragged along as well. I was pushed into a ripper dock chair. And strapped down legs, hips and neck, and locked down my arms though. They didn't seem to care much about that. What do you think, Cyberweb? Think you can do something for this poor girl made of meat? The bastard said to the open air. If I didn't have cool on at full blast, I absolutely would have been freaking out as lights lit up in the dark ceiling and a cyber spider crawled down the wall over my head. Oh, I think we can do something for this pathetic meat. Bring the chrome. And the way the spider trailed off as it looked over the crowd. The whole crowd screamed along with him a moment later. Let's get chippin'. When I get out of this, I'm going to murder all of you. I tell him as the spider chuckles. One of its legs lifted up, showing a circular saw. That instantly began revving up. If you survive, maybe. It chuckled at me as it began cutting. The fact I didn't scream seemed to make the crowd lose a lot of interest. But every sadistic cut, an eager grin hardened my resolve. Okay, Maelstrom. Now it's personal. It took a few hours even with their spider ripper. Then they threw me back into the pit. I was not handling what they had done to me well. The arms were oversized bulging things that looked overlarge on the kid that I had killed, but probably looked grotesque on me. But I wasn't thinking about the look of bulging synth muscle and chrome. I was struggling against the feeling they were giving me. Pain. Burning cold and heat. Like every nerve in the arms were suffering. The fucker hadn't connected them right. Considering they had laughed at my responses while chipping them in. I knew that was on purpose. They had given me the arms all right, but tried to make them as useless and crippling as possible. The crowd burst back into a roar as their game was going to continue. Fuck. How many times were they going to rip me apart before this little game of theirs was over? How much of me would even be left? I had already lost both of my arms. The spider fucker had cut off both of my arms. Gone. He had sawed off what was left. I was going to kill him. I shivered as the pressure of the connection between me and my new limbs was just too much. I could barely think. Barely breathe. Even if the pain wasn't crippling me like they had hoped the connection was. Wrong. Like someone had connected the arms backwards and to the wrong part of my body, and then made every sensation feel backwards or wrong. Right now, they were just twitching hunks of chrome and synth meat connected to me, an anchor on each side of me. And they were dragging me down just as an anchor would. Well. She survived. The little demoness survived her first gift from the scavenging pit. Let's see if she can do it again. Who is up next? The bastard called out and the crowd went wild, but I couldn't focus on that. I kept feeling the color pink out of my left wrist, and the sound of an A flat from my right shoulder. The roar of the crowd barely even reached me. So this is what it felt like when someone had bad chrome. Like up was down, and down was up. Like everything would be better if they just died. My nose was bleeding. My head was spinning. One of my eyes was twitching. A jerking spasm to the right that meant I struggled to see straight. I puked a bit, a splash of watery bile escaped me, but that was all I had in my stomach. I would survive this. I would. This is not how I was going to die. Not in a pit. Not before I could even do anything. Gunfire. Explosions. Screams. I blinked or tried to. I blinked as I looked up. The crowd wasn't roaring as they watched me. They were screaming or yelling expletives. I wasn't able to really focus. I could just tell that gunfire and explosions were going on. screams and roars of rage. All the while I lay there barely able to get my head off the concrete. I don't really know how long it took before everything grew quiet. The world spun. Everything shifted. I was still struggling to process. Too much was coming from the arms. I could make out what my eyes were telling me, because my left pinky was trying to tell my brain it was where it should take its vision from. It wasn't exactly working. But then even as my left eye twitched, I saw him. June holding me, crying out. The words were muffled and gibberish. It was getting worse. My brain was in trouble. June as always was an idiot. Of course he needed his cute and brilliant little sister to remind him to get to work. So I did the only thing my body could still do. I jerked forward and headbutted him as hard as I could. Which probably wasn't that hard. Goose FOM. I tried, and even to my own ears I realized my voice was coming out wrong. The words weren't right. Come on, cool. Every inch of that coldness I needed it, even if I passed out after, even if it was too much to stay alive after. I needed to say this. I needed June to get to work and not freak out. Get THM off. I screamed as loud and strong as I could. I blanked out after. Sight, sound, feeling, everything was a kaleidoscope of gibberish. June POV. June took a deep breath as he held Motoko. The assault above him was going well, but his heart could only focus on his sister, holding her limp, twitching form in his arms. He felt his breath coming out hot, as he once again held his sister after a kidnapping. Come on, Oni. No time to stand around, get your sis out of here, we got Strom to kill. A cackling voice reminded him he wasn't safe. That Motoko wasn't safe. That thought burned him. This was his fault. It was always his fault. He should have been there. Should have protected her. Should have protected her. For a moment the Motoko in his arms was replaced by Kasumi. Her last breath breathing out against his lips as her heart stopped, no matter how hard June tried to put pressure against her bleeding wounds. Then a gonk smashing into the concrete beside him brought him back. He was holding Motoko. Not Kasumi. She was still in danger. Because of him. He rose and leapt, the pit hardly deep enough to slow him even carrying his sister. He did his best to hold on to the bulging arms that were now connected to her, that were probably killing her with every moment they were latched on. He ran through the fight, as many of the Maelstrom died from swift blades around him. His team ensuring he would get through. It had taken weeks to prove himself enough to join the kamikaze. They weren't the true elites in the Tiger Claws. No, they were the closest to cyber psychos. The craziest. The ones that killed the most. So June had joined. Willingly chipping himself with anything he could find to prove he was one of them. It had been tough to get them to come. He had argued for some time, begging them for help in rescuing his sister. In the end, their own desire to kill Strom was what brought them. They were here, along with plenty of Tiger Claw regulars. If only the preparation for this assault hadn't taken so long. He jumped into cover as a gonk sprayed at him, the bullets bouncing around him as the Strom wasn't the most accurate. The fighting was intense. A moment later, he died as a grenade bounced past his foot. Many of the Tiger Claws had been outfitted with grenades. The initial assault had seen more than half of the Maelstrom die from explosions. Packed people at a party didn't do well with so many explosions. The kamikaze had ensured the regulars could get that close. Killing the guards outside, and shutting down the exterior security. He rushed past the fighting, thankful that the surprise assault had been so successful. June was just thankful Motoko was still alive. He had been so terrified he would be late. The first emotion other than rage he had felt in a while. He hadn't wanted to let the Maelstrom deadline go past. He knew what they would do to his sister. What they were definitely already doing. Akari had been forced to restrain June from rushing ahead as the deadline had drawn closer. But Akari, like the rest of the kamikaze, didn't care for his emotions. Only killing Maelstrom. So she had held him back from disrupting their attack. Her usual cackling and jokes gone in exchange for a simple, almost alien coolness as she restrained him. He clung to Motoko harder. He was so glad that he wasn't too late. That she was alive. This time, he would get her to a good doctor. A good ripper. There would be no second coma. He prayed. Awareness came in a drowsy haze. Eventually, I was blinking, realizing something was wrong. Unfamiliar ceiling. Motoko. June's voice called out, and suddenly he was there. Ah. Hi, June. I offered as I raised my hand to wave at him, but it just sort of flopped. I looked at it. It looked at me. No, wait, that wasn't right. It just sort of flopped. Hee hee, silly wrist, you aren't supposed to floppy flop. Oh, it was actually pretty cool looking, all armored cyborg style. Although it looked. I narrowed my eyes at the floppy wrist. Militech Condor. I read aloud as my wrist sort of floppy whoppied at me. Motoko? She is still on a lot of painkillers, June. She probably doesn't even realize what is going on. A woman's voice called out, and I turned my head, my hand following to look too. Hello. I offered, and my wrist sort of flopped a greeting. Very rude, Mr. Hand. You should greet someone properly. I scolded it as it continued to just sort of twist around. Oh wow, Mr. Hand's ball joint, let him go all the way around. Gross. I giggled a bit at it before I realized June was talking to the lady. Laddie. She'll be okay? The surgery. Well, it went as well as could be expected. There shouldn't be any permanent neurological damage, despite the Strom's best attempts. Your sister has a strong will. Well, what I saw when I dug those arms off her. They were trying to break her, June. We are lucky. I'll kill them. I'll hunt those bastards down. They did this because of me. June growled, and I could see his fists clenching and unclenching. Ah. June was upset. Hold on. I was a little loopy. A wave of cold washed over me. Even if it felt tired? I was pretty sure I was running very close to the edge of what Kool-Aid could handle. I mean, how long had I had the cold freezing my veins, keeping me cool and collected even when they cut of my fucking ARMS? Motherfuckers. I cursed as I jerked off the bed. Only to sort of slide sideways as I was still strapped down. Motoko. Those assholes. I'll fucking kill them. I cursed as everything came rushing back to me clear and focused, with the drugs suddenly not making everything loopy. Motoko. June yelled as he grabbed me and stopped me from sort of mashing my new cyber arms against the straps, trying to get them off. Hey June, gimme a second. I need to go murder some bastards. I screamed as I still ineffectually tried to get the straps off. Drugs are still pumping. Your sister is surprisingly resistant. The Ripper? I think she was a Ripper anyways, said as she checked a monitor beside me. Calm down, Motoko. No, you calm down. I surprised him with my intellectual rebuttal. Finally, I gave up, raising my floppy mechanical wrists up to my face. Why are these not working? I demanded. Please lay back down. The Ripper spoke as she walked up beside, although I noticed she kept her distance. Out of punching range. Clever girl. The surgery was successful, but your body took a lot of stress. It will take some time for everything to smooth out. A human body isn't meant to undergo 2 emergency cyberization surgeries only hours apart. Please lay back down so you don't hurt yourself. Motoko, lay down. Please FO dash. Yeah, sounds good. I can always commit genocide later. I agree with the doctor as I let my body relax and stop fighting June. Genocide? It's what you call it when you plan to exterminate an entire group. I informed her promptly. I would say extermination, but I will acknowledge Maelstrom are still people. They are just people that are all going to die. Just lay back, Emuto. June whispered soothingly as he held me in his stupid cyber arms. They weren't very comfortable to be held in. June, you need real skin, you give terrible hugs right now. Just awful. I told him as I rested back. Huh, that was kinda weird. Where did all my anger go? Oh. Cool was tired. I couldn't hold it. You. Sure, Motoko. Sure. He whispered soothingly, slowly stroking my hair, which, yeah, that was nice, but it could be better. Real skin. Need that +5 to hugs, June. I tell him with a yawn as I feel myself sort of losing track of everything again. Okay, Amuto, okay. He continued whispering, and I was really tired. I blanked out again. Chapter 26. I woke up, who knows how long later. I was still drugged up, but not as badly. I could feel it making everything seem sort of muffled or fluffy, but I wasn't having conversations with my wrist anymore. Probably for the best. I could feel my cheeks heating up a bit as I remembered that fact. Then it died when I remembered what had happened. The medical bay I was in was pretty small, a backroom ripper office like I expected. The many pieces of tiger claw stuff strewn around told me a lot. I guess June had taken me to his ripper. I was still strapped down, I noticed as I looked around the little room. I slowly raised my arm, which wasn't easy. Yep. Still there. Still chrome. I felt a shiver down my spine. It wasn't right. The feeling it gave as I slowly managed to form a fist and then spread my fingers. So that was it. I had been planning on some chrome arms. It had been my plan. Probably a set of mantis blades, or a cool mono wire, or gorilla arms for the utility. There had been so many options I hadn't decided. I guess the decision had come and gone. Oh, finally up are we? The woman from before the ripper asked as she entered. She was an older woman. Not quite graying, but probably close to that. Her face lined in a few wrinkles, but the shining chrome lines up and down her cheeks showed just how much chrome she had. Yeah. June? I asked, looking around and not seeing him. I managed to convince him to sit in a chair outside about an hour ago. He passed out nearly instantly. Your brother doesn't sleep much even when his little sister isn't in my clinic. I nodded at that. June being too stubborn to actually sleep when he needs to didn't surprise me at all. And me? How? How bad is it? I asked as I raised my arm. I shivered as it didn't feel right. It felt like I had 4 arms. Or more. The feeling of phantom limb meant even as I tried to move my arm it moved slower than my expectations, leaving me with a feeling of my limb being in the wrong spot. Better than you would expect. She answered simply as she sat down in a chair beside me. Considering what they did to you, I expected you to be brain dead. But you managed to keep from having an aneurysm. I pulled the connections as fast as I could, which is why your arms feel off. I wasn't exactly gentle. Speed was more important. But that will heal. Give it a few days, and your kinesthesia should feel normal. Yeah. It's a little off. Nerve damage or sorts. Those things they put on you were overloading your nervous system. It will be tender. She shrugged at that. You are alive and not brain dead. It's more than most could hope for. Yeah. I muttered as I looked up at the unfamiliar ceiling. That had been some shit. It was probably the drugs I was on leaving me feeling sort of fluffy, but I could feel it. The anxiety and nervousness bubbling up under it. I would probably be a little frantic for a while. I really hadn't been expecting a kidnapping attempt in the middle of the day right in front of my home. Fucking Night City. A phrase I hear often. The Ripper chuckled as she reached out and without a word started poking her tools into my shoulder. I would have flinched if I wasn't feeling so mellow from the drugs. What are you doing? Checking on the connections. The Condor is a solid piece of chrome, but your circumstances make it complicated. Militech Condor. That's what it's called, right? I asked as I scanned the other arm she wasn't working on. I had no idea what a Militech Condor was. Or what it could do. Unfortunately, my scan didn't tell me the things I really wanted to know. Was it a good arm? Was it garbage? Would I have to worry about it failing on me? Or breaking? Never heard of them before? Not much of a chromehead, are you? No. I know some things, but not a lot about specific cyberware. Alright, I'll give you the rundown. The Condor is a few gens old. It was popular before the Unification War, but Militech came out with the Orion at the beginning of the war as a surprise for Arasaka. The Condor wasn't able to compete, so they got sold off as work pieces. Lot of factories in Watson bought up the stock after the war and started chipping them in. The woman spoke in a quiet voice, which I realized she was probably doing to distract me. But I kinda wanted to know this anyway. They do just fine there, but as you would expect, a lot of factories sell off stock, or lose people over the years. They may be a decade old, but there isn't anything wrong with them. They just don't quite compete with the later advancements. Don't worry. You won't have any issues with them. They are better than your old fleshware. The woman offered, and I blinked. Fleshware? Yeah. You've got cyberware. And fleshware. She said, chuckling as she pointed first at my arm. Then she poked me in the stomach. Sorry. It's a ripper joke. She added afterwards as I just kinda looked at her blankly. Right. Well, you won't have any issues. They are rated for combat, so they won't break the first time you have to punch some strong lowlife. Good to know. I whispered quietly as I looked them over. They looked utilitarian. The metal was a sort of polished steel finish. They sort of reminded me of Johnny's arm, at least in color. They were definitely more realistic than his arm though. A smooth contour between the digits on the fingers meant the whole thing looked more like a normal arm, just dipped in metal and plastic. I looked away. What else could I do? I wasn't ready for this. At least not like this. I had wanted my first foray into cyberware, into transhumanism, to be a momentous moment for me. Something that meant I took a huge plunge into the future. Into a dream I had since I was a kid. Cyborgs were cool. I didn't ask for this. I whispered quietly. Yeah. I feel you, Adam. I get it. Nothing important. I responded quietly as I lowered my arm. I would just have to deal. Roll with the punches. All right. This one looks good. The connections are healing well. Just make sure you take it very slow for at least a week. She orders with a firm look as she spins around the ripper chair I was in, and she starts working on my other shoulder. Seeing her open up my shoulder, the metal plates shifting, letting her access the insides, was weird. I did my best to just ignore the feeling. It was just another thing I would have to get used to. I guess. The door suddenly opened, and I looked over expecting June. Only that wasn't June. The man, and I used that term lightly, that stepped inside, was more chrome than flesh. Legs, arms, chest, even his face was chromed out. So the kid lived. He said, his voice sounded robotic and lifeless. She did. Tougher than she looks. The Ripper said as she rose up away from my shoulder instantly as he came in. How can I assist you today, Fujimura-sama? She asked with a bow after she stood before him. Leg is acting up again. He stated simply, and the Ripper nodded, gesturing for another chair in her little clinic that he swiftly settled into. As she instantly began opening up his right leg and checking things out. She could have at least closed up my shoulder first. The room was quiet for a while as I watched the Ripper work on the Borg's leg. Suddenly, the Borg turned his head towards me. Your brother used up a lot of favors to get you in here. Hope you appreciate that. He suddenly spoke to me, his blazing eyes a swirl of color. Yeah. I'll owe June a lot. You owe the tigers a lot. We take care of our own, but as much as we give, we expect just as much back. He said, his eyes locked to mine. A promise, and a threat in one. Hours later, after the Ripper had checked over the Borg, who hadn't said a word to me following his declaration, and after she had checked me over, June suddenly burst into the room. Motoko. Present. I responded as I looked away from the TV that the Ripper had kindly turned on for me. I would have just left, but she told me to stay resting. She didn't want me walking around putting any pressure on the recovering nerves. Motoko. June babbled a bit. The last time I had seen him, he had been so cold, but now it was like all the frost had melted away, just leaving the terrified teenager beneath. Poor June. I would just have to be a good little sister and help him recover. Thank you, June. For saving me. I told him with a smile and a twitch of my arm as I instinctively tried to give him a thumbs up. Motoko. I didn't save you. I got you put there in the first place. I knew I shouldn't have come to the apartment. Everyone warned me to stay away. That if I went back, they could track me to you. I should have listened. He cursed, his fist clenching, and looked like he was going to punch something. Nah, that's dumb. I told him firmly, cutting right through everything. Avoiding someone to try and protect them doesn't really protect them. Like ever. You should have just told me. We could have figured something out, but I'm not going to berate you, June. What happened wasn't your fault. You didn't kidnap me, or mean for it to happen. I shook my head, wiping away that irritation at June avoiding me like the plague to protect me. I knew that wasn't the full truth. June had been cold the last time I saw him. I was still really worried about how he was handling all of his new chrome. I was feeling it too. The different senses. The way everything wasn't quite right. That niggling on your brain as something foreign pressed against it. I could see how people lost their minds. They wouldn't have known you even existed if I hadn't. If I hadn't bothered you so much and threatened to run out in the gang war to find you. It's funny, if they had jumped me about a minute earlier, things would have been different. I had just packed all my guns in the car. I told him with a chuckle as I imagined those Borg's faces if they had been facing me with a carnage and a bit more equipment. When did you get a car? No, I mean how? June asked, looking confused, but before I could answer, he waved his own question off. Never mind. That isn't important right now. Emuto. Just rest. I promise. I'll find the ones who did this to you. I'll kill them. You will never have to worry about them again. I promise. He said, his voice turned to gravel as he growled out his promise. Denied. I immediately cut in. June was hot-headed. If I didn't immediately squish his vengeful rampage, he would really go do it. What? He asked, kinda surprised, and I really wish I had control of my arms, because I would be crossing them in an X right then. I've already got a blood vendetta against them. So until I cut off like all of their limbs, no one else can kill them. Denied. I answered simply with a nod. Yep. I was hunting those Borg fucks once I recovered. Especially that spider motherfucker. Cut off my arms? I'll cut off all 8 of your legs and your arms. June sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose in obvious irritation. This isn't a game, Motoko. These men are dangerous. You should know that. You aren't going to be able to just kill them. Sure I will. I told him, but it was then I realized. June had no idea how much of an ass kicker I was. I had done all these gigs, but June kept being June and not being around. I'm pretty cool, you know? I've done all sorts of cool stuff since you've been gone. I went on a gig for Wakako even. June blinked at that before wincing. You bothered Wakako? She hates Oka-san, Motoko. Why would you go to her? 'Cause she was right around the corner. Really? She hates our mom? Weird. Do you know why? It's not important. Motoko. Emuto. I don't care how many jobs you have done. We will talk about that later. But you aren't going after the Maelstrom. They are dangerous. I had to bite back on my instant retortive, but you do it, that never works on people. Ever. June. You remember how you left to go kill a bunch of Maelstrom because your chum died, and I kept trying to tell you to stop and come home so you don't end up a cyber psycho or die? I asked him, describing all of his actions over the last while. No. That's not what happened. Or how I would describe it. Right. But that feeling you got whenever I told you to stop? Yeah. That's what I'm feeling. I love you, June, and I promise I'll be safe. And then I felt that coldness freeze my soul. My hands were still wonky, more floppy than useful, but I was able to do this. I reached out and wrapped my hand around June's jacket and pulled him just a bit closer so he could see the shirty in my eyes. But I will not be satisfied until I beat them both to death with their own limbs, and nothing, not even you, will get in my way of murdering those monsters. I swore to him, letting him see just how serious I was before I let go of his jacket, wincing a bit at the difficulty in getting my hand to actually release. I ended up sort of tugging on his jacket for a moment until I finally seemed to get the right connection across and the hand popped open. Sorry about that, I told him as I settled my arm back on the ripper chair I had been resting on. No, he said as he pulled me into a hug that felt crushing as I felt him bury his face into my hair, as he held me tight. I won't let you throw yourself into danger, Emuto, he whispered into my hair. This time I decided not to say anything. June didn't understand yet. But he would. A bit of time for my body to recover. Maybe a full night's sleep sometime soon, a bit of practice to make sure my arms well worked. And I would go hunting. That dark, sinister part of me that I kept pushing away when I considered my proclivity for murder rose up. This time I didn't push it down. This time I didn't justify it to myself. Sure, they were evil. They had done a great evil to me. But in order to find them, I was fully prepared to commit even greater evils against anyone that stood between me and them. I felt no sympathy for all the Maelstrom gangers that I would soon run into. Only eagerness. Eventually, June's hovering drove even the Ripper Doc mad, and she proclaimed that I was well enough to not sit around here anymore. So June decided to take me home. But not our home. While June tried to force me into a wheelchair, once I was finally released from the chair, I wasn't having it. It was my arms that were floopy, not my legs. With a double set of slings to keep my arms from jostling my wounded shoulders, I followed June out of the room, through a basement with a bunch of servers, and a large couch and TV to rest on, up a flight upstairs into a dojo? This is Daravaja Dojo. Don't tell anyone this is where we are, June tells me as he shows me around the building. Why? Because no one outside the higher-ups in the Tiger Claws know this is where we are resting, or where we go to recover, June says, sounding a little proud as he shows me around. He seemed irritated about having to do it, but then every time he seemed to be growing annoyed, he would look at me, and suddenly, the old June would be back. I guess having his kid sister cut up was cutting through his. Well, I wasn't going to deny it, his budding cyberpsychosis. Who is we? I'm not important, and I didn't think you were either. No offense. My hurried addition came too late, because June was actually looking a little offended as he puffed up a little. We are the kamikaze. The force that crushes a maelstrom. He answered, sounding all proud. But I just couldn't help but think it was some serious weeb shit, and coming from me that said a lot. So I just nodded and kept my mouth shut. June sounded proud of his weeb club, so I wasn't going to make fun of it. Aloud anyways. So the Tiger Claws put together a group of people with heavy cyberware to fight against the Maelstrom Borgs? Exactly. This is our HQ and medical station. Which is why you can't tell anyone where you are. Promise me, Emuto. Promise. I answered simply, it wasn't really a big deal for me. Good. Come. I will show you where you will be staying, he said as he walked me out the dojo through a side door, into an alley. There were food vendors sizzling things around the edge of the fence, but June walked in between two vendors who simply ignored June's presence as if he didn't exist. Behind the vendors was a small little nook between the large complex next door and the dojo, mostly filled with trash and nothing else. No door. But June didn't slow walking up to the building. He knocked on a window, and after a few moments it opened. With a little help from June, I made it through into a small break room for the building. The woman that sat at a desk beside the window was simply tapping away and ignoring our presence as June guided me out of the break room and into a hallway. Then he walked into an apartment. This is where you will be staying until Maelstrom are gone. I'll go out to gather some clothes and things from the apartment later, June informed me as I looked around the small, mostly barren apartment that had a few of June's things laying around. His jacket that he rarely wore was thrown over the coffee table, and there was a mess of old food containers littering a small table. So this is where you've been staying? Yes. Come on, I'll get you settled in. You can take the bed, he says simply as he guides me into a small bedroom that was equally barren besides a few pieces of June's clothing scattered around. Home sweet home, I told him as I looked around. I just wanted to go back to the apartment. I had so much stuff to do. But for now, I would go along with June's crazy secret apartment hideaway. I didn't get a full night's sleep. It seems dumb, since I could literally sleep as long as I wanted instantly, but I chose specifically not to do that. I would need to see a Ripper again probably very soon, and it would be fairly obvious if I walked in with new arms, yet not a single hint of the surgery still existing. So I would deal with a bit of early rising grumpiness. The few hours I had allowed myself did help. Washing out more of the pain meds that only made me fuzzy instead of really helping. Although my arms were still floppy. That would take a few days more to recover from. I carefully put my arms back in their slings as I left the room that June had given up for me, only to find June resting on the couch staring at the TV whispering a news channel with a particularly blank look on his face. He didn't even notice as I stepped out. Just sitting there. Quietly. Alone. Couldn't sleep either, huh? I asked him, despite the fact I could have slept the whole day away if I really wanted. He didn't startle, but seemed to blink a little as if he wasn't sure where he was. It took him a moment of staring before he spoke. Motoko. You should go back to sleep. You need to rest. I think I've slept all I'm gonna get tonight. I offered as I walked over and settled in next to him on the couch. You should sleep yourself. Staring blankly at a TV isn't going to make you feel better. Don't tell me he cut himself off as his voice rose in that cold way that I was becoming more familiar with. You back with me? I asked after a moment, and he really did twitch this time. I never left. I'm fine. You can lie to me, June. But you shouldn't lie to yourself. It's unhealthy. I'm fine. I'm not going cyber psycho. The fact you already know what I'm suspecting is a bad sign, Junie. I tell him, causing him to sort of glare and sort of cringe at the same time. So instead of saying anything else, I just scooted in, much to June's discomfort. Ignoring whatever was going through his head, I acted like all little sisters and just flopped against him. Little sisters and cats. Very similar in many mysterious ways. It took a while, but eventually June relaxed and the tension I could in him slowly eased. Eventually, he spoke. It's just the shakes, and I zone out sometimes. Nothing crazy. June. Please don't add in any more chrome. Not even one thing. Please. For me. My begging didn't get a response for a long time as we sat there in the dark, lit only by the newscaster. I'll think about it. Good. Good. What about you? He asked suddenly, a little gruffly, but gentle as he reached out and poked gently at my chrome shoulders. I opened my mouth to deny any issues. To tell him I was fine, and I would be ready to go kill some Stroms soon. But I had just told him he shouldn't lie to himself. I couldn't exactly go and instantly make myself a hypocrite. I'm alive. I told him, which earned me his full interest as something must have come out in my voice. I didn't have time to think about it while I was there. Too much fighting off the pain, or trying to survive. I don't know if I'm really finished processing it. So maybe, but I really hate that it happened to me. That it happened to me again. I thought, when you got kidnapped again. I didn't think I could get lucky enough to save you twice. I'm glad. That you aren't dead. That you aren't crazy. That I don't have to meet you again for the third time. I'm sorry, I'm not the Motoko you originally knew. I admitted quietly, a part of me well aware I wasn't entirely his sister. That I was just playing pretend with the teenager who was going through so much. I had felt sad for June from the first time I walked into our little apartment and realized that he was alone. All he had was me, and all I had was him. Please. He whispered quietly into the dimly lit room. Just take care, I don't want you doing something like me, and losing you. I can't. I leaned into him heavily for a moment, taking in the raw fear that was in his voice. But I didn't respond. Because I knew I would recover soon. That I would be ready to get my own revenge. I wouldn't lie to myself. I wanted revenge, and with the gamer system pushing me forward, I was gonna get it. Right now, I could just use a hug. I told him instead, which meant a few moments later his arm was wrapped over my shoulder. Stupid Junie. Get some real skin already. Your arms are the worst at hugs. I told him, but I didn't let him pull away. Chapter 27. I think my sense of time towards how long a wound takes to heal was a bit off. The next morning, after once again not sleeping a full 8 hours, June dragged me back through the window and into the dojo, then downstairs into the surprise Ripper clinic. The same Ripper checked me over, gave me some meds including some drugs to acclimate to the new limbs, and told me that she wouldn't have to see me again unless something went wrong. That was the good part. It should be another 2 or 3 days before everything feels normal, and probably another 2 weeks after that before you can start really using your arms for more than light work. She informed me as she hypoed me with whatever drugs she wanted me to have. That's way too long. I'll be fine sooner than that. I argued, but June and the Ripper weren't having it. Normally a surgery like this wouldn't take that long to recover from, a few days at most, but you went through 2 surgeries back to back. Trust me, Motoko. You need to take it very easy for a while. Let your shoulders heal unless you want to deal with permanent damage. You are lucky that the Tiger Claws decided to allow you the use of some of our speed heal. If not for June's contribution to the Tiger Claws, it would not have been offered, considering how low our stock is. The Ripper informed me as she checked over a medical monitor. Wait. Is that expensive or something? I can pay for it. Actually, I should pay for all of this. How much? I have a chunk of eddies already, and I can go get more. My mind instantly turned to how much loot I would be collecting from the dead Maelstrom I would soon be mowing through. Don't worry about it, Amuto. It's all taken care of. June stated, simply trying to end the conversation, but I just ignored him and kept looking at the Ripper. Hard to say, I'm not running a normal clinic here. I'm only here to work with the kamikaze. But speed heal is currently almost impossible to find on the streets. You can guess why. Plus those arms of yours might have come from something your brother collected, but they still belong to the Claws. She looked at me for a moment. It was an expensive procedure. Fill out a statement of how much when you get a chance. I'll take care of it. I told her with a shrug. She was already basically wiping her hands of dealing with me, so I was more than happy to pay eddies not to have Tiger Claw feeling like I owed them hanging over my head. You will not. It has already been taken care of, Motoko. You don't need to worry about anything. June butts in, trying to cut me off. June was doing the overprotective big brother thing, so that was nice. But I was a bratty kid sister. So just make sure you get that to me soon. I told her, completely ignoring June, before slipping off the chair. She was done looking me over, and frankly, I had things I wanted to do, and people I wanted to see. Hey June. You said you were gonna go to the apartment to pick stuff up, right? So can I come with? I decided to change the subject as June was glaring at me with his cold, emotionless eyes. It quickly warmed up as I changed the subject. He hesitated a moment before sighing a bit at my puppy dog eyes. Fine. We will be going incognito anyways. Come on. I borrowed a car. Probably a good idea. I can't exactly drive my car like this. I agreed, and the reminder seemed to make June twitch a bit. Right. A car. How exactly did you afford a car? It's a long story. I was on a job for Wakako. I still don't know how you pulled that off. Wakako isn't exactly our biggest fan. She was nice enough. I mean, old lady rude, but I could deal. She even said I was a valuable agent last time we talked. I argued as June guided me out of the dojo, back through the apartment block. This time I was led into an underground parking garage that was obviously blocked off for Tiger Claw use with a lowered gate. I was settled into an unmarked, heavily tinted Archie Hella. And June started the engine and we were out in the city. To my surprise, June actually drove like a normal person. Have to pretend we are unimportant. I don't want any Maelstrom to track us. He mentioned, after noticing my surprised look. So that's what it takes to get you to drive safely. Interesting. I teased him, earning a scowl as he continued down the road. Before we stop at home, there is a place I need to go. I told him now that we were already on the road and it would be harder to refuse. Need to go to Little China. I told him, earning a very unimpressed look from June. We aren't going on a side trip. What do you even need in Little China? My eyes went gold as I sent him a text for the location. My ripper. Vic is one of the best in Night City, and I mean that honestly. He's a legend for those in the know. I told him as he looked at me like I was, well, his amnesiac kid sister making grand proclamations. Listen. Just. Please. I know you have your ripper doc that you brought me to, but I don't. I would feel a lot more comfortable with a checkup from Vic. Please, June? I begged. He was definitely glaring, and I could see his chromed hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Fine. But first you have to tell me why you even went to a ripper, or how you know this guy. Oh. You didn't notice? My eyes, June. I got a set of Kuroshi's. Vic managed to find them for me. Ow. I muttered as I barely stopped myself from bonking my head on the dash. Really glad I had my seatbelt on. June had hit the brakes. Hard. What? When? How? Kuroshi aren't cheap. I don't even have a set of Kuroshi. All of which is basically the same answer, June. I told you. I've been doing gigs for Wakako. And some side biz. It's your fault, you know. I wanted to tell you all about the adventures I've been having, but you wouldn't even answer your phone. I couldn't, I was on the job. You can be tracked through calls by a skilled netrunner. I was trying to protect you. His voice rose up into a shout at the end. Now I find out you were doing jobs for Wakako. That you met some creepy back alley ripper. That you chipped new chrome and I didn't even know. He was roaring, his fist rocked out and smashed into the dash electronics, and buttons pinged around for a moment. I wasn't really surprised. I mean, it wasn't the first time that June had expressed his anger by punching something. We really should work on that. It was a bad way to release stress. But it was what he said that made me sad, or maybe what he was saying. I was safe. Haromi was with me when Vic chipped me. She was super sus too. But Vic's good people. Like an honestly good person. So I was fine. And yeah, Wakako is surprisingly nice to me. I mean, she is really to the point, we don't chit-chat. And she may have sent me on some really boring gopher missions. I should tell you about the wedding ring fiasco. Anyway. I'm okay, June, honest. And I'll be okay moving forward. What happened yesterday wasn't your fault. He slowly pulled his fist out of the dash. His fist clenching and unclenching. I realized then. June, for all of his attempts to be cool, was struggling with all his new chrome, just like I was. I reached out without a word. Even if it was still floppy, I put my hand in his clenching fist. I held his hand the rest of the way. Slowly feeling the tension in his fingers die down. Which was super weird, by the way, because I was still getting a really bad phantom limb sensation, so I barely even felt like we were holding hands at times. But I kept cool. I was trying to comfort my stupid brother after all. Finally, after a few minutes of driving through Night City traffic, June spoke. I'm sorry I wasn't there, Motoko. I'll be there from now on. I promise. Don't worry. And just give me some space. Showing up to a gig with my big brother peering over my shoulder would be embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as the time I had to take the bus to a job and the people I was trying to collect from literally watched me get off the bus. I thought I was gonna die. Pfft. A noise escaped June and I pouted at him as his little burst of amusement turned into a chuckle as he processed what I had just told him. They really saw you get off the bus? Yep. They were at the gas station right there. I had to do a long walk over to them too. Ha ha ha. June's laughter was nice. It had been a while since I heard him laugh as he took endless joy at my suffering. At least you've been safe. Until yesterday. Yeah, I only got shot like once. Well, more than that, but I had successfully covered up the bullet wounds every other time. Because I was a genius and master of disguise. That was about when June once again slammed on the brakes. You what? June pulling the car in front of Misty's esoterica was a relief. He had been seething for the last few minutes. It was just a flesh wound. I mumbled. Quietly. Very quietly. Because the last time I had said that, June almost smashed the car into a pole because he was yelling at me. June might have already parked, but I didn't trust him not to start throttling me if I tried to say it again. Apparently, the reveal that I had been shot on a job was not doing good things to June's blood pressure. I was gonna ask Vic to check over June now too. Because his face going so red probably wasn't healthy. Oh my. Motoko. A voice called out and I turned to see Misty having come out of her shop after seeing me. Hey Misty. How's the biz? I asked, but that was ignored as she rushed up to me. Your arms. Vic didn't tell me you were getting that much work done. Is everything connected well? No problems? Ah. Well, it wasn't Vic. I got klepped by some Maelstrom. They were pretty pissed, so they decided to cut me up a bit. I'm here for a checkup from Vic. I trust him to make sure everything is good. Oh. Oh. Motoko. I'm sorry. Misty gasped as she looked from my arms still held in their slings, then up to my face. Are you gonna be okay? Do you want to talk? I have some really nice soothing ambience shards that really help in meditation, and AF-. I'm alright. I interrupted her. I just want to get Vic to check me over. I don't know the ripper that ended up fixing me up. Oh, by the way, this is my brother June. I say, shifting sideways since I couldn't really point very well. Misty sort of blinked in that foggy way she tended towards as she looked June over. The fact he was wearing a big heavy shirt to cover most of his tattoos, yet still looked like a yakuza on vacation, probably ran through Misty's head. Nice to meet you. She seemed to settle on, and June just gave a disinterested nod. He was grumpy at me still. Is Vic in? Oh, of course, come on, I'll walk you down. This is so serious. I can't believe that the Maelstrom grabbed you. I mean, I've heard they do that sometimes, but that is, she trailed off again with a sad little sigh. Yeah, it was pretty rough. I wish I had been a little less surprised. I would have been able to fight back a lot better, but I wasn't exactly prepared. Which I guess is my fault. Always be prepared, right? I'll remember it for the future. I told her with confidence. It didn't seem to help as she was nibbling at her fingernail nervously. But we all walked through her shop and down into Vic's clinic. June was looking around, obviously unhappy with the aesthetics. Haromi and June were both so alike sometimes. No reason to be so skeptical. Just because Vic's clinic was underground, in an alley, in a storage unit and not a building. No reason to be so sketched out. Vic was amazing. I led us down as Misty followed behind along with June, who was looking all over the place. Hey Vic. I called out, sounding a little chipper. I felt way more comfortable here than I had in the Tiger Claw Ripper's chair. Seriously, the lady felt like a back alley yakuza doc. Which I guess she kinda was. Oh? Is that Motoko? What's going on, kid? Any what the hell? He stopped as he looked me over and noticed that both of my arms were in a sling. Hey Vic. Lot of stuff happened. I kinda need a checkup. I offered, looking down at my arms. Damn kid, that's a hell of a job to have done. No, that ain't right. What happened? He asked, his voice changing from surprise to anger as he actually got off his rolly chair and stalked over. June seemed to step closer, but I just moved away from him so Vic could see. His hand pulled up the shoulder of the generic t-shirt June had given me to wear as his eyes narrowed. This was a hack job. What absolute piece of shit did this work on you? Well, first was a spider ripper with Maelstrom. He cut my arms off and decided to add some sketch chrome. It was set up to drive me psycho. June, my brother, say hi June, rescued me and took me to his Tiger Claw Ripper. She got the arms off and chipped in these condors so at least I would have limbs. I'm just wanting a checkup from someone I trust. Make sure everything was handled right. Vic was real quiet for a moment, as I watched his jaw clench. I realized he wasn't looking anymore, but instead was staring off into the distance. Oh, Vic was real angry. Vic? I prompted, forcing him to come back. Yeah. Sorry. Come on, kid. Take a seat, let's check everything. I'll make sure everything is squared away. Don't worry. Vic said, going full dad energy as he helped me get settled onto the chair and started dragging equipment over. June was still hovering, but Vic's obvious skill was shining through even to me. So June, who had been under the knife of more rippers than I had, must have noticed as he slowly started letting the tension drain out of him. Vic was in full doctor mode. It was funny, Vic was usually a jovial guy, quick to make dad jokes at the drop of a hat. But he was also an amazing ripper. No. An amazing doctor. And right now, he seemed to be. Anger doctoring? Hate doctoring? He was still kinda scowling, but his hands were absolutely dancing over his tools as he scanned my shoulders and the chrome all at the same time. Vic was possessed. It was Nova. Finally, Vic, with a quiet mutter to himself, rose up and grabbed a few things from a few different containers around his office, before rolling back over. Gonna port in here. The Ripper did a half-decent job, but I can see a few quick fixes that. Well, they work, but they can be done better. Take a seat, son, you're gonna be here for an hour or so. Misty, can you get some water for everyone? Vic called out as first looked to June and then Misty as he tapped a few things on the shoulder of my new arm, and a port opened, where he plugged in a scanning tool of some kind, and then with the work of a man that had done this a million times, he poked and prodded in inside. Need to find out what she gave you, before I can give you any anesthesia. Don't trust some doc's doses. They either undercut, or give too much, to seem like a safer doc. Quick blood test, and we will get started. Some of the nerve connectors are doubled up. It's faster, and doesn't really cause big issues, but it does mean the nerves not connected will either die off, losing some sense of touch, or you start getting pains as they start sending signals that something is wrong. Thanks, Vic. I told him with a smile and a sigh of relief. Even June seemed impressed at Vic's skill as he balanced multiple different scans, with the effortlessness of a man that was truly in his element. An hour later, Vic had calmed down enough he was cracking bad jokes, making even June have a smirk on his face as Vic finally pulled away from my other shoulder. I've done everything I can to make sure the interface is stable, and all the connections are done correctly. It'll be a few days before you start feeling normal again. The injury and multiple surgeries takes time to heal. But it should heal fine from here. He added, wiping his head a bit as he reached out and took a drink to quench his thirst. Great. Thanks, Vic. I really appreciate you checking me over. Can you do June as well? What? Motoko. I don't need a checkup. June interrupted instantly once he understood what I said, but I ignored his stupid statement. All of his chrome is new. I'm worried they might not have put everything together right. Motoko, stop ignoring me. June growled. So I ignored him. Vic watched the byplay with a bit of amusement. I wouldn't mind, but maybe another time. I'm gonna need at least a few to stretch my legs. He joked with a smile, and I blinked. Oh. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to overwork you. Nothing to worry about. How about it, June? Want a checkup? I'm fine. But your Ripper didn't do all of my connections right. Vic fixed them right? I asked, turning to the man who nodded slowly. So maybe she skipped some steps with you too. For me, June, please get a checkup. Vic is amazing. He can make sure all of your chrome isn't causing you any issues. You've been irritable since you started getting chrome. Irritability? Is that something new? Vic asked, cutting in, looking concerned. He turned to June. Have you been noticing any unusual emotional control problems? Irritability, shortness of temper? No. I am in perfect control. June snapped, losing control. He quirked an eyebrow, turning to me. It's not that unusual. June has always been a hothead. It's the coldness that is more concerning. I offered, and June was definitely unhappy about being talked about as he stepped closer and slapped a hand over my mouth. A hand that I really couldn't do much about. Vic had numbed my shoulders and arms while he worked. MWH Fue. I called out, telling him this wasn't fair, as June suddenly returned back to that look. The big brother taking pleasure in siblings' torture look. I am fine, he said, turning to Vic. But I might seek out a checkup at some point. Your skill was impressive. Sooner is better than later, son. Really? The one thing you don't want is to leave a problem to fester. With cyberware that never, and I mean never, ends well. Vic repeated himself before smiling at my plight. He was in on it. Traitor. I am curious though. I have been absent from Motoko's life. But how did she meet you? It must be a recent relationship. June asked, now that I could say anything. Oh, it was an interesting day, alright. She dash. MGH, too. I tried to tell Vic to shut his mouth, because June was gonna freak out. I would have been cutting a hand across my throat as well if I could move my arms. Unfortunately, I could not. And Vic had no mercy. Came in with boxes of cyberware. Tons of stuff. She offered it to me so I could do something good with it. Boxes of cyberware? June asked, blinking. Where did she get that much cyberware? Where did you get that much cyberware? He asked, head tilting down towards me. My attempts to keep Vic from speaking failed. Scavrade from what she said. You didn't know? SCAV. Motoko. What have you done? June roared, his flamey eyes really making him look like a demon as he glared down at me. Ah. Is that why they called him the Oni? I guess that answers that question. The drive from Vic's was very quiet. June had not taken the story about the Scavrade well. And I mean really not well. He had exploded at first, stalking back and forth as I explained what I had done. Then he had gone quiet. Eventually, just ordered me to the car when he was done. Vic had been a little apologetic, but I just gave him a smile, telling him it was no big. June got angry, and was overprotective. Nothing to be upset about. It would have come out eventually. Exactly what jobs did you do for Wakako? The one you got shot. What happened? He finally said as we were halfway to home. To the apartment to pick up stuff I would need for a while. So I started telling him about the job. About Scorpion, the gig. That I had brought an HMG with me. Which had earned me a startled look from June and me yelling at him to watch the road as we almost crashed. I told him how the gig had gone, the chase, firing the HMG out the side of the car crash. That I had been shot trying to rescue Scorpion. How I hadn't let the gig end there. That I had chased after him through the desert, finding the Raffin's location. How I had gone in and murdered each and every one of them. Unlike with Haromi, unlike with everyone, I went into the whole thing. Every detail I explained the best I could. The kills, and how I had done it. By the end of my story, we were at the apartment. June pulled into the parking garage and stopped because my car was in his spot. Do you like it? My quadra? I asked a little nervously. He hadn't said anything since I had finished my story. He pulled into the spot next to it, and stepped out without a word. Which was annoying, because getting the door was awkward. Eventually, I got it, and slipped out. June was just standing there looking into the darkness of the garage. June? I didn't want you to put yourself at risk, Motoko. He said quietly, practically whispering to the quiet stillness of the underground garage. You were supposed to be home safe. Taken care of. Little gigs with your friends that weren't supposed to be dangerous. You weren't supposed to have to kill. I messed that up before I even left, but this is. It's not right. He turned towards me. Why can't you just be safe? Why are you throwing yourself into this life? I don't want this for you. Not you. Not my little Motoko who always rushes into things. That wanted to be a tiger claw more than I ever did. Who shouldn't have ever been caught by scavs, and shouldn't have ever had to stain her hands. He was ranting. And not quite, but almost crying. Damn. I hadn't wanted to shock June this much. I already expected he was in a sensitive state. Okay, Motoko. Time to calm June down. Before he could say anything else, I pushed into his space and forced him to hug me. My arms were still floppy, but I could move them enough for him to get the idea. You didn't fail, June. You didn't mess up. You didn't do anything wrong. You saved me. Took care of me. You made me happy even when I was scared about everything around me. Not knowing anything, I was really scared, but you made that fear go away. I spoke loud enough to be heard, despite pushing my face into his chest. His arms slowly wrapped around my shoulders. His hands were shaking. You didn't fail. I was never going to be safe, June. I was never going to stay at home and hide away. The best way to keep me safe was for me to learn how to fight. The only way to learn is to do. I told him as I felt his arms continue to shake. You aren't responsible for what happened. You didn't ask for it to happen, and you tried to prevent it. You can't blame yourself for other people's actions. You also can't protect me from the world. Not even if you were. Not even if our last name was Arasaka would I be safe. So I've been learning to make myself safe. You shouldn't have to. You should be safe. He finally spoke, repeating himself blindly. I shook my head, making sure he could feel the motion. The only way I'll be safe, June, is to become able to protect myself. Which is exactly what I'm gonna do. I wasn't paying attention and let the storm get the jump on me. That won't happen next time. I'll be prepared, and if anyone ever tries to jump me again, I'll make them regret ever trying. I'll make them die. I tell him confidently. That burning sensation in my chest. That disgust and horror at what they had done to me was locked up tight. But not gone. Never gone. That night had been an offense against me I would never forgive. Scavs. Raffin. Maelstrom. All of them were at the same level. Maelstrom I had tried to give the benefit of the doubt in some ways. Sure, they did horrible things. I knew about their AI rituals. I knew that they tried to force chrome on people like the monk. I knew they were scum, but I had mentally put them into another category from scum that needs to die. I had placed them above that, because I didn't hate their desire to gain more chrome. I mean, I liked the Mechanicus in some ways too. I can understand their motivation, but my face had been firmly rubbed in the fact they were no better than the scavs. So I would treat them that way. I would hunt them. Unlike June and his little band of Borgs. I wasn't limited. I was a gamer. A superweapon the likes of which the world had never seen. I stepped away from June then. His hands had finally stopped shaking so much, although he was still obviously lost in thoughts, just like I had been. Now if only my hands would stop clenching so hard. I was struggling to get them to relax. They were both clenched into fists. Come on, June, let's go get some stuff, okay? He blinked a bit as if remembering where he was before he nodded quietly. June's protective arm over my shoulder was nice as we crossed the street. The bloodstains were still there. I did my best to ignore them. Maelstrom would pay for every drop of blood they took from me. Chapter 28. With June's help, we gathered up a bunch of stuff from the apartment. I really wasn't able to help much as even a backpack would go over my still injured shoulders. Still he gathered up a bunch of things, including some of my repair work and tools, and we left the apartment. It was kinda sad. I knew we would come back, eventually, but it was still sad to be sort of moving away from home. It was where I felt safe. June didn't talk much on the way back to the dojo apartments. Only speaking up about getting some food, which we stopped at on the way. To my absolute shock, June didn't order a XXL burrito. Has June gone completely cyber psycho? Now I was actually worried, but he seemed normal as we ate on the drive back. Truly watching June eat something other than XXL burritos was too weird for this world. We drove around instead of going straight to the apartment. Through a few heavy tiger claw zones as I could see them literally walking the street. Anyone following us will be spotted and removed. June explained at my curious look as we finally made it down to the dojo. After hauling my stuff inside the apartment, June left to do some tiger claw stuff. His words. I settled in for a sleep. It was time to do a full heal, see how well I would handle having new arms, and start preparing for my revenge. I blinked awake, as always using the menu to sleep for 8 hours left me feeling 100% rested and wide awake. I sat up looking around. I had purposefully fallen asleep on the couch so that June could keep his bed so I didn't see him as I looked around. Checking the clock, I noticed it was only 9 p.m. Late, but not too late. June was probably still up even. With that, I looked down to my arms and tried to move them. That sluggish feeling was gone. But it still wasn't right. Wasn't normal. I lifted my right arm and felt off. The feeling of a phantom limb struck me heavily. As I lifted my arm, it felt like it was a second too slow, leaving my brain telling me my arm should be there, but it hadn't made it. I tested the same with my left arm, finding the noodly arm effect was gone, but the foreignness was still present. I stood up, shaking myself loose from my slings that I had fallen asleep with. I felt my breath come out shaky. A tightness behind my eyes. It was scary. What I had gone through, what they had done to me, and now the effects of which I was still dealing with. I was scared. I exhaled ice. The coldness creeping up my veins, freezing my anxiety. My fears. I could deal with this. Hundreds of thousands of people live in Night City with chrome arms. It wasn't weird. Or impossible. Just a short time to get used to it and I would be fine. It was just a change. Just one more change. Just like all the changes I had made since I woke up in the hospital. Just one more tiny alteration in my life. I let the ice melt. Let my feelings slowly slip back into my thoughts. I was scared. But not because I hated the cyborg arms. But because it hadn't been my choice. I had wanted this, but at my pace. I exhaled warmth. No tears threatened to come out. Okay, Motoko. Step 1. Get used to the limbs. Closing my eyes, I stretched my arms out, then opened them. Looking at them for the first time as mine. They weren't Militech condors. They weren't chrome. They were my arms. My fingers were thin. The Ripper must have adjusted my arms to suit a woman. I spread my arms sideways, getting a feel for my wingspan. It was about the same? Not an easy thing to tell, but it was there. My fingers were longer now. I realized I could clench my fists, and my fingers didn't rest at the same place they would have before. I played with my fingers for a moment. Pressing each finger to my thumb one after another, wiggled the digits, and even threw up a middle finger. Just to make sure for next time. Then I moved to my palms. They weren't flesh. Instead, a smooth stainless steel, or aluminum, but covered at parts with a rubberized grip. I could feel it. The sensors of the cyberware gave me an almost accurate sense of touch. The foreignness was still there, and I had to close my eyes and just breathe as I felt new sensations for old actions. Touching my own palm shouldn't cause me this much discomfort. Shouldn't feel so wrong. But I exhaled. Let myself simply adjust. Let the feeling of it flow through me. This was what my hand felt like. I pushed my hands together, letting the feeling flow through my mind. This was me. I let my palms drift apart. Now I focused on my wrists. Feeling their range of motion. Every angle I would ever need as I slowly shifted my wrist this way and that. My wrist was strong. My old. No. My wrists before. My wrists before had been kinda weak. Not helped by the feeling of them breaking whenever I shot my barrier. But I could feel how much stronger they were. The tension of pushing them to their limit, actually a nice feeling. Yes, it was strange, but it didn't hurt, like when you stretched with meat, a nice feeling. I moved on. My forearms were coated smooth steel. Small gaps in the exterior showed the muscle underneath. I could see the synth muscle contract and shift as I moved my wrists. I let myself grow used to the sight and feeling. My elbow was weird. The range of motion was a lot wider. Able to go a bit beyond an elbow's normal range of motion on the extension. I repeated the motion for a while, simply growing used to the differences. My biceps were defined. The military nature of the limb was in full view, but it didn't bother me. I had muscles before from all the body training. There wasn't much to think about. It's not like you really think about your bicep very often. The length was about right. And I could feel the muscles contracting as I curled my hands to my shoulders. My shoulders were different. Obviously. They had a texture to them. My shoulders had an almost armored section. It wasn't large, but it made my shoulder feel larger in my peripheral vision that was so clear with my karoshi. I could feel the metal cool against my skin that ran from my shoulder to above my breast. The length of how far the arms had extended into my chest? Or just how the arms connected to my nerves? No idea. I exhaled, letting the feeling pass. These were my arms. I opened my stat menu. Level 5. 4750/6000. Body 6, 10, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Athletics 5. Street Brawler 5. Annihilation 4. Reflex 6. Blade 6. Handguns 4. Assault 3. Driving 4. Intelligence 4. Breach Protocol 3. Quick Hacks 3. Cool 8. Ninjutsu 7. Cold Blood 6. Technical Attribute 3, 7, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Crafting 3. 0 stat point. 0 skill point. Perks. Ambidextrous Blades 2. Quick Draw Handguns 2. Gun Nut Assault 2. Parkour Athletics 2. Grappling Street Brawler 2. Drive-by Driver 2. Cat-like Athletics 5. Cool Nerves Cold Blood 2. Danger Sense Ninjutsu 2. Wall Breaking Breach Protocol 2. Cybersecurity Quick Hack 2. Recoil Reduction. Annihilation 2. Cyber Ninja Ninjutsu 5. Fearless Chill. Cold Blood 5. Improvised Weapons Street Brawler 5. Parry Blades 5. Robotics Wizard Crafting 2. Cyberware. Militech Paraline Adaptation Militech Paraline 0 out of 0. Karoshi MK1 Adaptation Karoshi MK10/2. Militech Condor Adaptation Militech Condor 0 out of 10. The numbers suit me. There weren't any negatives or loss of stats. It means I was okay. That I could grind out a bit and be back to where I was. No, be even better. I liked that. The chrome hadn't been my choice, but I had always meant to do it. To be better. I clenched my fist and felt the pressure within the grip. I blinked my eyes and sighed. I guess I could understand why chipping in chrome would drive you nuts. My eyes still felt weird when blinking to the extent that not blinking felt more comfortable, but my body still wanted to blink. It was a struggle to keep from doing it. Now I also had my arms feeling off. Every part of them worked. I could feel everything. The sensors were actually really advanced, but it wasn't the same. And that feeling of offness was distracting, irritating, like if your arm fell asleep and you tried using it to do a normal task. You could, but the lack of normal sensation left you uncomfortable. Yeah. That was what it was like. I decided, fine. I just have to get used to it. I affirmed to myself once more, extending my arms and running through a test of my fingers. Time to grind. I muttered as I fell back on my street brawler knowledge. The knowledge of how to train to fight. I threw a punch. It whipped out. It wasn't right. The phantom limb was still there, making the punch feel slow. Off. I pulled back and threw it again. And again. And again. I would grow used to it mentally even if I can't physically. Adaptation was probably going to be a very important stat for me right now. My hopes were pinning on the stat, making everything go back to feeling normal. That meant I had only one choice. Kill. Good thing I already had plenty of acceptable targets. What are you doing? June's voice suddenly interrupted me as I punched, making me stop. I looked over, he had just entered the apartment, and was looking at me in concern. Punching? Sit down. You are still healing. Are you an idiot? Of course you are. He muttered as he practically picked me up and sat me on the couch. A moment later, he came back with a bag full of my tech stuff I had asked him to bring from the apartment. Light duty only. What part of that didn't make it through your gonk head? He cursed at me, actually sounding pretty pissed as he slammed the bag on the table. I winced. That wasn't good for my tools, June. But I was wise. I kept my mouth shut and nodded along as June stalked around the apartment. I would just wait for him to leave. Until then, I pulled out some of my tools and had a very strange session making some pieces that I was gonna use to modify my unity. The old gun had been with me for a while. It was about time I spent a little time working on it. It was almost an hour later when I finished the new trigger that would be a bit smoother than the old one, holding the part up to the light admiring its look when I realized my unity was gone. I put the trigger down and had to wipe my eyes. I was so bored. June was still mother henning me. So I wasn't able to do any real exercise or grinding when he was around, and he had patently refused to let me go anywhere. So I had been stuck inside playing with the few pieces of tech I had. I had already breached the security on every device in the apartment, and many of them in the building itself. Bored. June though was a good big brother. He must have a brother sense, because as I was slowly losing my mind, he pulled me out of the apartment and brought me over to the dojo. I was feeling relieved and happy, I might get some exercise done, until he walked me over to an older man that had on a GI. And a lot of tiger claw tattoos. But that was more the norm than not here. Sensei. This is Motoko. June suddenly introduced me. Humph, was the only noise he made as he looked me over. I am Ozeki sensei. Those arms of yours are new. He said, and it took me a moment to realize he was asking a question with how gravely his voice was. Yes. Then you will be helpless as a babe until you learn them. He said simply as he turned and grabbed a shurnai off a rack and then threw it at me. It wasn't a gentle throw. I managed to keep from yelping as I jerked, my arms raising to catch them, but the timing was off. My hand wasn't where I needed it to be, and the sword ended up getting caught on my fingers and nearly smacking me in the face. But I managed to seal both hands around the sword, wincing as it creaked a bit, but it was fine. Sensei. Light duty only. June hinted loudly, looking a little irritated, but Ozeki-sensei just turned towards me. Kusanagi. You have a task to complete. He dismissed June with a single sentence, and even June realized it as he frowned but gave a small bow before turning and walking away. Wait, June. I was feeling very unsafe. Protect me. Now. Show me your stance. He barked, his voice so growly that I instantly did as I was told. Feeling myself falling into a neutral stance, shurnai held out before me. Now strike. He demanded, and I swung. He didn't like that. He ran me through the ringer. I was supposed to be on light duty. Even if I was actually fine now. This was unfair. I had gained a few blade alerts by the time I was released and allowed to run away back to the apartment. It wasn't like I was that tired or anything. It wasn't that what he had me do was unlike what I normally do when I grind. He was just intimidating. He growled and glared constantly. I work best with positive reinforcement, you know. Still, it was done. I escaped and went home, tinkered with my spare parts until June came back. I'll be gone tonight. And most of tomorrow. Don't leave the apartments. You can go to the dojo, or speak to the secretary in the break room if you need something. He ordered before I could even greet him as he rushed into his room and then came out carrying his weapons. I realized he was going out to kill Maelstrom. Instantly, I felt the itch to follow him. I could help. A lot. I could make sure June would be safe, but June would never accept that. Not after what had just happened. I would need to recover enough that I could push past his initial refusals. I would need to grind. Junie. Be safe. I demanded as he almost walked out the door, but I stopped him with a behind hug. I will. Emuto. He answered softly, his voice breaking from that cold icy tone he kept falling back into. But he couldn't stay, he broke off and headed out of the apartment right after. Once he was gone, I turned around. I picked up the table in front of the couch and moved it out of the way. So I had at least 12 hours or more before June came back. Time to work through everything I knew until my arms could do what I expected them to. I dropped down and started doing push-ups. Then I pushed myself to my feet, throwing punches into the air. I grabbed a pistol that June had left behind for me. He had noticed that I didn't have my Unity anymore. A Lexington. It felt close enough to my old Unity, if not quite the same, and after grabbing my old holster and fitting it in, I went back to it. Push-ups, jumping jacks, punches, quick drawing. Everything I knew I would need. I even started juggling the magazine of the Lexington between my hands to make sure I could catch things. And quickly reload the gun. That foreign feeling never left. The phantom limbs never lined up right. But that was fine. I could live with it. As long as my arms did what I needed. As long as I could shoot, and punch and stab. As long as I could kill. The next morning, I went back to the dojo. The sensei wasn't alone. Another Borg was there going through some tai chi, if the knowledge from street brawling was reliable. The fact she was seeming to hesitate a bit on some of the motions. Yeah. She had been injured. New chrome. She was going through something similar to me. But unlike me, she was a Borg. She had the weird leg blades that some of the tiger claw Borged out women had and was doing her best to remain stable as she went through the movements. I watched for a while as Sensei led her through the kata. Who's the kid? The woman finally asked, her voice sounding completely electronic. Focus. Sensei barked, not answering until the woman was back in form. Motoko is Jun Kusanagi's sister. He finally offered only once the woman had proven she was focused again. Huh, the kid's kid sister, huh? She muttered, looking over to me before Sensei made a noise of displeasure and she refocused. I continued watching until Sensei spoke up. Motoko. Join us. He demanded. It wasn't a request. I sighed internally, but rose up and slipped into the kata without issue. Street brawling hadn't given me the direct knowledge on how to do it, but I could easily follow a new kata. Especially one as slow and relatively simple as Tai Chi. I followed along, finding the rhythm without any issue. It wasn't any more mindless than grinding with the punching machine, so I quickly fell into the zone of just following Sensei's moves. 100 Street Brawler XP gained. I blinked and felt a smile coming to my lips as the alert popped in. Motoko, was it? Those arms of yours are new. The woman said suddenly as we both followed the motions. Yeah. Strom decided it would be fun to cut my arms off and put on a set of cyberarms wrong. So I got a new set now. Trying to get used to them. It's your hip, right? I pointed out. The woman had been favoring her left leg and the way she moved, it was like her balance was off. Good eye. She offered after a moment. I took a round that punched through. Blew off my leg. Managed to pull myself out of the action. Got a refit and here I am. Getting used to the changes. Sensei is the best at getting us back up and running again. There is a reason we are camping out in his dojo. Humph, he grunted, eyeing us both as very specifically did a motion we hadn't copied right. Both of us jumped back to it, but it seemed he was displeased. Akari. Motoko. You will spar. He demanded instantly, and I looked at the woman. Akari, I supposed to wonder what he meant, but she was smirking a bit at me. Sorry, kid. I'll go easy on you, but what Sensei says goes. She said as her hands formed into fists. Suddenly, a shurnai was thrown at me. I only caught the motion due to my karoshi. I nearly fumbled as he had chucked it quite hard at me. I managed to get the grip and turn it into a flourish as I faced the woman. Ho? Not bad, kid. Try to keep up. Akari offered before she moved. Even with my karoshi, I was barely able to react fast enough to fist arcing towards me. I wasn't fast enough. The fist stopped as it tapped my nose. Never fought someone with a sandy before, have ya? She asked with an utterly arrogant smile. Gotta move quick, kid, otherwise you get flatlined. Fool. Sensei said as he whacked the back of Akira's head. The older woman yelped and turned with a thunderous glare, before seemingly calming after a moment. What good is a spar if you use such tricks? Back to your place. Yes, sensei. Akari offered, but there was a hint of angry rebellion in her voice. It's okay. She's right. I never faced Sandevistan. It's good to see what it can do. I offered, trying to lower the tension that had suddenly appeared. Spar. Begin. Sensei offered without any further words, and I refocused on Akari, who didn't seem to have any hesitation on her mind. She rushed me, her fists clenched, but this time it was at a more normal speed. I soon learned the Shurnai wasn't going to stop her. Her cyber arms were more than capable of blocking the Shurnai without a care and sending a fist rushing for my stomach. Since she wasn't moving at Sandy-level speeds, I managed to jump away, but then she was on me. Punches thrown at me in a barrage, fast and strong. Her arms weren't gorilla arms, but that hardly matters at a certain point. It was still a metal-clad fist rushing me. And so we sparred. She was better than me. Faster than me. Stronger than me. It didn't take long until I was taking blows that left nasty bruises on my chest. My arms the only part of me strong enough to stop her fists from crashing into me. Even my parry perk was simply knocked aside. The Shurnai simply couldn't last against her hits whenever I used it to try and parry her fists away, the faux bamboo creaking at the stress each time as I was forced to give up on the parry. Finally, I managed to get into a position that my thrust with the Shurnai wasn't something she could ignore. The thrust would have slammed into her throat. And then suddenly she wasn't there. I blinked. Actually blinked, because it took me that moment to realize what she had done. Did you just do a backflip? Course. My arms are more than strong enough to catch me. And my legs are way stronger. I've cut Downstorm completely on my hands before. Akari offered as she looked up towards me. Her body in a sort of scorpion pose, with her arms holding her up. Her legs pointed towards me like she was going to strike and stab me. Well, I could do that. Athletics, parkour, and even cat-like gave me a solid understanding on how to move. I rushed her this time. Her legs flicked out, the pointed cyberware more than strong enough to knock me senseless. I spun, letting the blow pass me as I crouched down, swiping at her left arm to force her to lift it to block. Then I leapt, rolling sideways over her striking leg, flipping in the air as I landed on her other side. The Shurnai swiping out while it wasn't strong enough to truly hurt her, it was more than strong enough to jerk her arm back as I slammed it into the inside of her elbow. She fell, her other arm still returning down to regain stability as she took a tumble. Instantly she rolled with emotion, her cyberware the only thing keeping her from a neck injury as she rolled back to her feet and attacked me. I backflipped, landing on my new arms with only a slight bit of wobble to avoid her legs slashing through where I had just been. This was fun. I got back to my feet just in time to block a few kicks and punches with my Shurnai. Akari though wasn't happy. She looked kinda pissed. Akari! Sensei suddenly barked out as I dodged another strike from the woman's feet, but she wasn't listening. Oh, I guess this was suddenly not a spar. She moved. Fast. A blur of colors as she approached and struck. I had only barely got my arms crossed to block the punch that sent me tumbling. I let myself roll a few times, even with my breath taken from me, before I extended my legs, catching the mat floors to break my momentum. I used my arms to make sure I wasn't smashing my face into the ground. When I stopped, I was already staring at her, ready to leap back up from my split leg position, my hands gripping the mat ready to launch me into the air if need be. Akari! Sensei was pissed, but the woman just stood there, seeming to take a minute to calm herself. Well, kid, how are the arms? Still have the phantom limbs? She asked, and in that moment. No. The speed of the attacks and the focus on fighting had blurred the sensation. I was breathing heavily as I caught my breath, so I couldn't say much. That was okay, Sensei had enough words for me. Akari. Meditation. You obviously lack control over your spirit. Go. He barked at the end, and even the Borged-out woman jumped a little at his words. Yes, Sensei. Keep it up, kid. You might just be worth keeping around. You wouldn't say that if I was coming from out of sight. I grumbled quietly, as I finally pushed myself back to my feet. Rubbing my chest, I grumbled a little. Supposed to be on light duty. That is unnecessary. You have already healed plenty. Sensei suddenly said from beside me, startling me at his sudden appearance. How'd you know? I deal with many men and women that need physical adjustment to their chrome. I know what an injury looks like. Your chest? It took me a moment to realize he was asking after my injury. I shrugged, but he didn't look satisfied, so I did a few stretches and breathed deeply, and while it was sore and painful, I was fine. It's fine. Good. Akari is usually more in control. It will not happen again, he said with a growl. It was fine. She isn't the first Borg I've fought. I shrugged. Honestly, it was good practice. A reminder that despite my benefits, I could still be overpowered. He looked me over before nodding. Come. You could use meditation as well. Akari will walk you through it. He called out, and I could hear the woman grumble from the sidelines where she had moved away and sat cross-legged. Come on, kid. Time to bring yourself into alignment, as Sensei likes to say. I shrugged. As I settled in. To my surprise, Akari wasn't a bad teacher, and I realized long after I settled in cross-legged with my hands formed into different poses to let myself align, that this entire thing was a course for potential cyberpsychos. June was with them, and Akari was a member of Kamikaze as well. They were all here under Sensei's watchful eye. Kept healthy and stable as the tiger claws could get them. Huh. I was kinda surprised. You don't expect a game to care that much, but I guess when you put in thousands of eddies worth of equipment into them, keeping them from completely losing it was in your best interest. Chapter 29. Meditating in the corner was weird. Akari had walked me through a few steps and then zoned out on her own. But I wasn't the type to meditate while sitting in a yoga pose, so I didn't bother trying. Instead, I slowly shifted my arms, feeling the differences as I waved them around quietly. Just processing. It was funny, I had so much knowledge in my head from such a vast array of topics, yet none of them could really help me with this. I had tried some of the martial arts I had gained from Street Brawler, and it helped. But it wasn't a panacea. Only time could truly help. Well, that or more stat points. I had a bet that adaptation would help quite a bit. But that was for the future. I still needed to grow at least comfortable enough that I was able to gain those points. My accuracy was still off, my balance, everything. It might seem odd, but it was true. While training my quick draw the night before, I realized that slightly different length arms, fingers that were longer but stronger, and the phantom limb meant my gun was ending up pointed in the wrong spot. I was forcing myself to untrain habits I had developed. So here I was, faking meditation as I ran through some of the Tai Chi kata with my arms. Just letting myself adapt. Hopefully. Sitting here doing nothing did have some benefits though. Sensei wasn't just helping Akari, and I. While apparently most of the dojo's students were sent away, either too busy with the war, or simply not trusted enough to know that the dojo was in use. That didn't mean there weren't others. I got to watch Borgs fight each other. The Kamikaze group were more than the dozen Borgs I had seen so far. As they came in, usually in small groups, I got to watch them relax around the dojo, spar, or in some cases sit by themselves as they glared or zoned out. Cyberpsycho. Almost all of them had some of the symptoms. Irritability. Blankness. Some twitched or shook. It was interesting to see. I could see some of the same traits that Jun had picked up. But at least he wasn't as bad as most of them. He also wasn't nearly as chromed out as most of them were. But that wasn't what all of them did. Some would meet in the middle of the dojo floor and spar. Considering the amount of chrome involved, it was nothing like a fight between humans. So I watched. I learned. I noticed the ones with internal weapons, or augments. I watched how they used them. When, and what tells they had. That guy and his mantis blades. He would always twist his wrist before the blades deployed. A twitch, or part of the mechanism? That woman with the same blade legs as Akari. Seeing it from this side, I could see the way she had to shift her balance forward. Too far forward. Her legs were powerful, but had little surface friction to work with. So she was either fully charging forward, or forced to stand up practically straight to keep upright. I guess that explains why Akari learned to fight on her hands. But seeing it from the outside? It meant next time I had ideas of how to fight against that. Well, mostly. Whenever a Sandevistan or some of the other speed enhancers came into play. Fine. When fighting Borgs, rule 1. Never let them realize they were in a fight. Until I had a Sandy in order to keep up, I just wouldn't fight them. Couldn't fight them. My Barrier would still be with me, but if I was in a Maelstrom den killing Borgs, then the moment I fired game over I would have to run, or die. So I would assassinate them. I nodded to myself. Decision made. Fall back on what I am good at. So I would need to go quiet. And be better at it. Problem was, a blade wasn't always good enough against Borgs, but I wasn't the only person with that same problem. Now I needed more information. Lucky for me, I was literally in a place for it. I rose up and started looking for my former sparring partner. I wasn't the only person with that same problem. Hey Akari? I asked, finally finding the woman that had left an hour into her meditation downstairs in the break room, chomping down on something from the vending machines. Huh? Kid. What do you want? I'm not here to play with you. She muttered, her voice still electronic as she continued eating. You use blades, right? Mantis, and your legs. How do you kill a really borged up gonk? I mean, how do you get your blades through their armor? Stupid question, kid. She said, and suddenly her arm shifted into a blade that looked as deadly as I am sure it was. These babies are made for cutting chaff. Nanofilament cuts right through, but sometimes it can get stuck. If I am against something a bit heavier? Gotta use the upgrade. She laughed as her blade suddenly started glowing. A harsh wave of heat washed over my face as the blades ignited to an incredibly high temperature. Stab these babies in, and not even fuckers with thermal resistance real skin will survive cooking from the inside. That's how you kill Borgs. Cut 'em, and if you can't? Boil 'em. She broke into a pretty scary laugh. But I couldn't help but nod along. Know where I could get a thermal katana? I asked, and her laugh changed to a different tone. She wasn't laughing at her evil thoughts, she was just laughing at me. Rude. I'm not your mama. Get it yourself. She finally offered and waved me away. Fine. I continued practicing while I waited for June to come back. Unfortunately, every time Sensei would see me practicing, he would throw a shurnai at me, or pull me into Tai Chi, or whatever other exercise he was doing. It was like he expected me to get into trouble the moment I was out of his sight or left unattended. Which, okay, teenager. Sure, I could understand it, but it was still annoying. That night, June came home, and I couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. June-ni. I called out as I noticed him out of the corner of my eye coming in with a group of 4. All 4 of them had obviously seen a fight. Luckily, it looked like only minor injuries, and it was a bit of a shock to see June in full war gear. He wore actual armor over his chest for one. June's tendency to show off his chest had been something I had planned on teasing him about in the coming days. But more interesting was the mask he wore. I guess I know for sure now why they called him the Oni. He wore a Japanese Oni mask across his jaw, giving him a sharp-toothed grin. At my call, he slowed his walk and pulled down the mask, showing his face and how tired he looked. Seeing the rest of his little group all look to him, and none of them seemed happy, I just waved him off to go with his little team. We would talk after. The Maelstrom broke as soon as we showed up. But they had enough heavy guns to keep us from doing much. We killed a few Borgs and dropped them off at the Rippers, and that's about it. He offered an hour or two later when he had finally come to find me. Apparently his little team had been doing an after-action report of some kind. I guess Tiger Claws knew at least a bit about keeping everything running, even when dealing with a bunch of gangster kids. What about you, Amuto? How was your day? How are the shoulders, any pain? Be honest. Nope. No pain. I'm healing quick. I told him as I bit into my XXL burrito and did my best to pretend it didn't taste like refried sick. I don't know how June could seemingly happily take big bites of the meal. Good. Good. Just don't go overboard. He demanded, pointing his burrito at me, which I almost wanted to parry away. What a powerful weapon. Anyway, Jun, where did you get your katana? I'm looking to buy one. Probably a thermal one. I chirped at him suddenly, his chewing slows before he swallows his bite. No. I blew up my cheeks at him in offense at his instant denial. I'm not asking you to buy it or something. I have money. I just need to know where I can get one. Still no. You are staying here. Safe. He offered, and I glared a bit. I'm not going to stay here forever. Another few days, I'll be back to fighting fit. Then I'm heading out. No. You can't just say no. I shrieked at him, pointing my burrito. No, he said, doing exactly what I told him he couldn't. I huffed at him as I took another bite and chewed it for a moment. I didn't want to fall into Sibling spat here. June needed to understand that he couldn't huddle me into an apartment to hide away. June. I know you want to protect me, but I'm not going to live in this place. Once I'm healed up, I'm going to get hunting down the bastard. And the Spider Ripper. Once I have both of their skulls on sticks, I might chill, but that's the limit of my chill at the moment. Chill? He seemed to ask himself as he was working out what I mean. Still no. I stood up, slamming my hands on the table, which actually made a very sharp noise throughout the break room. We glared at each other for a minute. I'm not asking. If you won't help, I'll do it without you. I'm sure, Haromi Kaien. Fuck. I cursed, my anger disappearing. I hadn't messaged Haromi. It had been days. I had been completely out of contact. I instantly called her, only to get a noise in my ear and a "this call could not be completed" message. Idiot. This whole place has a jammer up to make sure the Maelstrom can't track us here. June cut in my rising panic as my yellow eyes zipped to him. Haromi can wait. Damn it, Motoko. Stop, he rose up and yelled, but I was already heading up the stairs. I knew Haromi pretty well by this point, we were best chums. If she heard that I had gotten kidnapped, if she couldn't get in touch with me or June, she might do something stupid. I rushed upstairs, ignoring June as I ran to the entrance of the dojo and then out onto the street. Still no good. I turned and started running down the street. I could hear June running after me, and he quickly tried to grab me, but I slapped his hands away. We both had chrome hands now. Not now, June. Motoko. Stop being stupid. We aren't supposed to make calls from here. Then get your bike. Haromi is an idiot, June. She will definitely do something stupid if I don't tell her I'm alive. Ugh. June offered with a grunt as he realized I was right. And because of that, he realized I wasn't going to stop. Fine. Come with me. Now, he barked, and I followed after as we headed back into the dojo, and then into the apartment. We actually slipped back into the car that we had used to move everything, and June drove us out into the city. Finally, a few blocks away, as we passed through the city, June told me to try and call again. Motoko. Where have you been? My calls haven't connected. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Haromi didn't sound like she was freaking out, or anything. K Haromi. Sorry, a lot of stuff happened. I'm with June right now, but they are keeping him in a place that has jammers up. I realized it all happened without telling you. I was worried you would be freaking out with me out of contact. Oh good. You should always remember your bestest chum. How is June? He alright? Not injured? No. He is grumpy, but we actually went through a lot. Listen, Haromi. Don't go around the apartment, okay? June stopped by, and Maelstrom tracked him. They decided to kidnap me, and I ended up getting rescued. So stay away and see. What the fuck? What do you mean kidnapped? Are you alright? Motoko. You can't get kidnapped again. What the fuck? Fuck, asterisk. Asterisk hey. I'm okay. Honest. The storm did cut me up a bit, but I'm all in one piece, and after the tiger claw ripper that June took me to put me back together, I even went to Vix and had him double check. I'm fine asterisk. Asterisk Motoko. If you had to go to a ripper. You got chrome? How much? What happened, asterisk. Asterisk just my arms. Nothing serious asterisk. Asterisk fuck. Motoko. Toko. Don't try to protect me, okay? We are chums. How bad? What happened, asterisk. I sighed a bit as I rubbed my thumb and fingers together, feeling the odd sensations. Asterisk it was pretty bad while it happened. They got lucky that I didn't have my anti-Borg weapon when they jumped me. They cut me up, and threw me into a fighting pit. I killed the kid they pit me against, and they ended up chipping in some bad chrome arms. June rescued me around then, and took me to a tiger claw ripper. I'm alright now. Honest asterisk. Asterisk shit. I didn't even know. I've been trapped at home this whole week. Damn it, asterisk Haromi cursed for a while as I listened, just sighing trying to ignore June's questioning look. Asterisk listen Haromi. I'm glad you heard about this from me, and not from out in the wild. I was really worried you would have found out and gone off on a crusade to try and rescue me or something. Please just stay safe, okay? I've got June being super protective right now too. So I get the parents thing, asterisk. Asterisk fuck. Toko, you got kidnapped again and I couldn't even. I didn't even find out, asterisk Haromi made a sound of just pure frustration over the line. I really didn't know what to say. I'm okay. Asterisk I'm not. I'm glad you're okay though, Toko. Fuck that's so. Ugh, asterisk. Asterisk I know. But I'm glad you're safe too. I think June is getting done with being patient though. Listen, I'll be out of touch a bunch. Tiger claws really like their jammers, but I won't be staying with June for long. Once I finish recovering, I'll message you. Okay, asterisk. Asterisk yeah. I get it. Stay safe, Toko. Promise, asterisk. Asterisk of course. I promise, asterisk. I ended the call and flopped back into the seat. Okay. Haromi is okay, she didn't even know. I'm really glad she is safe. She's your chum. It's fine. June said as we started making our way back towards the dojo along the streets. I was quiet for a while, before I decided to continue where we had left off. I won't stay at the dojo for long. You will. It is safe there. He said instantly, his fists gripping the steering wheel as he slowly drove through the traffic. Junie. I love you. I want you to be happy. I know that you just want to protect me. I love that. I do, but that's not going to stop me from doing what I need to do. I opened my mouth, my mind shooting to anything that I could use to convince him. A hard-headed teen like June. He wouldn't accept any answer but his. Unless I agreed with him, June would do everything he could to stop me. Well, if he could. I was strong. A lot stronger than he probably thought. You don't think I can take care of myself? I muttered aloud, realization flashing through me. You are my little sister, you aren't going out to fight Maelstrom. It doesn't matter what jobs you've done for Wakako. Or anything else. You are not ready for that. But you are? I said the words without a thought. I knew what I would need to convince June, and there was only one way to reach it. Yes. I have experience you lack. Advantages you do not have. Stay in the apartment where it is safe. I will handle your revenge. The trash that took you. They will die. Yeah, they will. By me. I told him, instantly denying him his victory, but I was smiling. June was so sweet. trying to keep his little sister safe, even willing to hunt down the Strom that hurt me. It was just too bad I was far from helpless. When we get to the dojo, spar with me. If you beat me, I'll shut up and stay inside. For now. I offered as I stared out onto the road. Just watching as these passed us by. I would have to prove to June that I wasn't just his kid sister anymore. It's just too bad I couldn't start off from stealth. It would make this a lot easier. June was quiet for a while as we pulled through a few dark alleyways to make sure no one was following before we traveled into the underground parking lot. You are injured. I will not hurt you. I'm fine. And if you want to keep me from leaving, then you are gonna have to. I told him as we pulled into the spot. I'll meet you inside. I said simply as I slipped out of the car, ignoring him calling my name as I hurried inside, then out the window to the dojo. Inside it was just as active as it had been before, but I ignored that. Instead, focusing on what was coming. June was probably going to beat my ass. I honestly don't even know if he had a Sandy, or a reflex booster. But I was a gamer. If he beat me today, it would make me stronger for tomorrow. If he beat me tomorrow, it would make me stronger for the next day. June was being an ass, so even if he won, I was still going to leave him with some bruises. I grabbed one of the shurnai off the racks along the edge of the room, nodding as it was in good condition. June was walking in then. Looking towards me, and his perpetual grumpy frown was stronger than ever. But he seemed to realize I wasn't budging. He walked over across from me and grabbed his own shurnai. The katana on his hip was taken off and placed against the wall. Our actions seemed to get some attention as Sensei noticed the two of us preparing. He looked from me to June before nodding. Without a word, he opened up the space in the dojo, pulling off the other tiger claw Borgs who were meditating, or doing tai chi under Sensei's instruction. Then once it was clear we both knew. Swordsman instinct maybe? Or just siblings knowing each other's tells. We moved. Rushing towards the center without a word. June with his stupid long teenage boy arms was in range first, but parry was in full effect. June wasn't overwhelmingly fast like Akari. But he was a lot stronger. My shurnai easily caught his first strike, but actually deflecting it took a bit of effort. Then I was on the attack. He reacted instantly, shifting into his own deflections as my shurnai became a blur of attacks, slashing, stabbing, sliding against his blade to try and smash into his stupid face. My attacks took him off guard, and instantly June was backpedaling as I pushed him. Despite his greater strength, he was treating my shurnai as an actual blade. Good, he was taking this seriously. But as much as I pushed, nothing made it through. June was good. Then to my surprise, June locked his blade with mine, and in that moment, he reached out and grabbed my dominant hand on my shurnai. I noticed it. The shift in his balance. I had dealt with this exact situation again. I wasn't going to have my chest broken again. June's kick was blocked when I just leapt into the air and landed both of my feet against his leg, leaving me hanging in the air completely at his mercy. But at least he hadn't kicked me. June's grip on my fist hardened, and then he threw me to the side, launching me across the room. My instinctual reaction surprised me. I let go of the shurnai. A part of me reminding myself there were tons of them around the room to grab, so instead his throw was turned into a tumble through the air, and then a few backflips as I hit the ground to create distance until I was at the wall. I nearly chuckled at June's flabbergasted look. His dropped jaw was literally making this entire thing worth it. Huh. Bet you didn't know your little sister had athletics 5. I was at least a moderately good acrobat. But then I was done playing. I reached out and grabbed 2 shurnai. The first blade's perk I had grabbed had been ambidextrous. And my arms were now much stronger than a normal girl my age. The feeling of my arms might not be perfect, but I was about to beat some big brother ass. I stomped back towards June, doing a few flourishes with my shurnai to tell him that I wasn't playing at dual wielding. Then I was on him, and June was once more backpedaling as I absolutely stormed into a series of attacks against him. My breath was still fairly even. June might have more chrome, but I was in better shape than my burrito-loving brother. The sharp snapping of faux bamboo on faux bamboo echoed through the room, as with 2 shurnai, I finally started slipping past June's defenses. My first blow slipped past and hit his shoulder, then another hitting his wrist, but it was all chrome, and he seemed to be growing really annoyed. I could see his eyebrows narrowing and his face turning into a scowl. He pushed me back and swung. I blocked, but still ended up thrown off my feet at the blow as he put all of his strength into the swing. I rolled away and then jumped back to my feet, jumping right back at him. It quickly became obvious June had the strength to send me flying, but I was faster, and with 2 shurnai, he was struggling to resist my flurry of blows. Once more June went for a grab, but I had literally taken a perk in grappling. His hand was grabbed as I discarded a shurnai, and then I was leaping, my leg arcing over his bicep, and suddenly my leg was wrapped around his neck. I tugged and unbalanced him. The two of us went tumbling as he dropped his shurnai, with me so close it was easy to grab me. And then we were rolling on the ground, both of us grabbing at the other, rolling and grunting as we grabbed, forcing the other to release and grab each other again. June pinching my thigh to make me release his neck earned him a fist grinding into his side that was still meat, which made him flinch and break his grip on my other arm that he had been working into a pin. Then I grabbed his ankle, which was close by, and twister. While it wasn't flesh anymore, it would still hurt. I then yelped as he found a pressure point in my side, which earned him a knee to his stomach for his troubles, and then we were rolling around again. I managed to mash his face into the mat with the palm of my hand before he flipped me onto my back and an arm wrapped around my throat. Considering how much I knew about choking someone out like that, I wasn't hard to elbow just below his armpit, weakening the grip, even with a chrome arm. As I kicked up and flipped under his arm, my leg once again in place around his neck, but then suddenly I was pulled off him with a yelp as someone grabbed the back of my shirt and just lifted me out of the pile. "Oh hey sensei," I offered in greeting toward the very irritated man. "Both of you come with me now," he barked, making June twitch as much as I did as I was dropped back to my feet. We were put in timeout. Like literal timeout. Sensei set us down in a corner and made us meditate. Akari and some of the other tiger claws laughing on the sidelines at our sibling moment. Chapter 30. "You aren't leaving," June said, the first words we had spoken since we had been put in timeout. We had just finished walking into the apartment hours later after being forced to meditate on our mistakes. "Not yet. But soon," I told him as I flopped onto the couch before facing him. "You didn't defeat me," he grumbled from the door. "You didn't defeat me either. The deal was if you beat me, I would shut up and stay." "June, I know what I'm trying to do is dangerous. I know it sounds crazy. I know. But I can do it. I can do this and come home every night. I have the skill. You don't. You just got out of the hospital. You lost your memory." June practically ranted as he waved his arms above his head. "I've killed more than 20 people. Scavs. Raffen. Maelstrom. Normal and Borgs," I said, practically punching him in the face with what I have done. "You are my little sister. You don't have to kill anyone. I will do it for you. Stay here. Where it is safe. I'll put you into a school. I can even do Arasaka Academy. You can go to school with Haromi where it is safe. Where you don't have to stain your hands with blood. Where you don't have to worry about dash." I stood up at his rant and pulled him into a strong hug, burying my face into his chest as I held him tight. "I love you too, June," I told him, cutting off whatever he was trying to desperately say. Then I pulled away so he could see me. "But I like killing. I'm not going to stop." I watched as he tried to process that for a moment, and as he opened his mouth, I reached up and poked his lips. "No. Listen," I demanded as I stepped away and dragged him to the couch. I waited until he settled in as I sat on the little table so we could face each other. "I really like killing, fighting. I like doing jobs. I like sneaking through a Valentino chop shop to steal information. I like going out as a bodyguard for a nomad who ends up being a pretty cool guy. I liked when we got chased by Raffen. I liked grabbing my HMG and firing it, watching big tough Raffen scream in terror as they get turned into a splatter in the desert. I loved that after, when they left me for dead. When I chased them through the desert and snuck into their camp. I have never had more fun in my life than when I was slowly hunting them through their camp. I killed every man in the camp without any of them managing to call for help or even cry out. I loved when I had their leader at my mercy at the end and I stole his car. And then I shot him. I was quiet at that, watching as Jun's eyes had widened massively as I spoke as I revealed just a bit of what I had been up to. How? He finally asked quietly, looking a little shook. How did you do that? How did you survive? You were never that good with a katana. I learned. I answered simply, it was true in a way. Killing someone is easy. The trick is just surviving long enough that you learn how to do it better. And a bit of luck. I added with a casual shrug. I know you worry. I worry about you too, but I can't stop you from going out there to hunt Maelstrom in revenge. Just like you can't stop me from doing the same. I stared into his face as emotions roiled over him, his fists clenching over and over as he tried to fight back his own instincts. Come out with me. I told him then, cutting off his inner battle with himself. Let me show you what I can do. That you don't have to be afraid. I want you to be part of my life, Junie, and I want to be part of yours. But you'll have to let me go make my own mistakes. Or my own glory. You can die. I can also die walking down the street, or be gunned down in the middle of a gun war while driving down the freeway. I'm not gonna be safe if I hide June. But, at least I can have some safety if I prove I have the ability to kill any gonk stupid enough to try. I kind of fluttered my legs a bit as I sat on the table wondering what else I could say. What else could I do to prove to June that I was able to walk in the same circles that he did? That just as he had done plenty of raids against Maelstrom, I could do that too. Tomorrow night. He said finally quietly. Kamikaze are going to hit a few Maelstrom dens, if. I will ask if they will allow you to come. If you prove to me you are capable after. I'll. Okay. I told him he didn't have to finish, he was struggling to let me go, which wasn't a surprise. June was pretty stubborn after all. So instead of any more tense conversations, I pulled June into a big warm hug. Seriously, gotta get that real skin, June. Your arms are very unhuggable right now. Apparently the one in charge of the kamikaze approved of me joining them for an outing, although from the way June phrased it, it was less that I could come, and more that they simply didn't care if I died trying. Joke's on them. I have no intention of dying. Not until I've murdered every spider-eyed asshole in this city. It was a shame. I liked spiders. Wait. If I killed all of them, that means I could take their symbol for myself, right? I'll become the Black Widow. Wait, I'm already Motoko. I muttered to myself as I finished loading my barrier. My lovely perfect barrier that I was never going anywhere without. That thought struck me, and I realized I probably needed a shower gun now too. I'm sure I could put a Carnage in there. That thing doesn't care if it gets rusty. I nodded at that. Shower shotgun sounds perfect. Stupid Night City. I pulled her into my shoulder holster and stretched. It felt good to be back in my gear again. Even if the feel of the Lexington in my back holster wasn't quite the same as my Unity. I missed that gun. At least I still had my knife. I patted my hip where it rested. That thing had kept me alive in the pit. It was nice that one of the Borgs in Kamikaze had grabbed it while looting. Motoko. Junie. All set? I asked as I turned to him, noticing the weird look on his face. Oh, this is the first time June has seen my work clothes, huh? I asked him as I did a little pirouette that would make a ballerina nod at how good it was. Thank you, athletics. What are you wearing? Put a real jacket on and a shirt. Then without waiting, he turns and walks out. Fucking jerk. I yelled back at him, utterly shocked at how instantly he had cut down my cute Motoko cosplay outfit. My outfit. I chased after him, and it was only as I entered the main room of the apartment that I caught the slight smirk on his face. Oh. June was being an asshole big brother. Jerk. Idiot. I yelled at him as I made a move to brush past him. His arm wrapping me up in a hug, pulling me off my feet, stopped that. Then with the casualness of a big brother, he walked me back to the bedroom and plopped me on the bed. I have something for you. He said after a moment as I glared at him for carrying me around. Just because he had stupid gorilla arms, and I wasn't heavy enough to stop him. It wasn't fair. What? I demanded a little petulantly, which probably didn't help my case of trying to get June to trust me as a professional, but he was being stupid. So there. I want you to be safe, he said simply as he headed into the closet in the bedroom, something I hadn't messed with. I honestly didn't think anything was actually in there. But there was, in fact. It was an armory. Ooh, goodies. I chirped only to be denied instantly with an outstretched hand. My stuff. Don't touch, he said in that exact older sibling voice that told me I had probably snuck into his stuff too many times to count. Yeah, that's fair. I settled down as he went back in and pulled something out that I perked up at. It's my spare. Please do not ruin it. They are expensive, he tells me as he pulls out a fucking katana. Oh man. I was gonna weed these Maelstrom to death. Wait, that sounds wrong. I shook that stupid thought out as I stood up and took the katana June was holding out for me. The same military style as the one he had. I popped it out of the sheath just an inch, seeing the incredibly sharp blade before nodding. Luckily, it had a belt on the sheath, so after a moment I had it wrapped around my hips. I was starting to have a few too many straps on me, shoulder holster, rear holster, and now sword belt. It's fine though. 'Cause it looked fucking badass. Thanks, June. It's a thermal katana like you wanted. The button is on the side. Don't cut off a limb or burn yourself. Or a building down. Better yet, just don't use it, he said, moving to take it away, which I promptly slapped his hand, and then he was mushing his hand into my face, and I was kicking at his dumb stupid plastic abs. We finally broke away a few minutes later after June put me in a headlock, which I hip-tossed him over my shoulder for daring, and the loud thump as he almost crashed into the living room table startled us both. Truce, I demanded, and June huffed a quiet laugh before he agreed as we split up and straightened up. June had mussed my hair. The jerk. After a quick stop in the bathroom to reorder my hair, we both left the apartment down into the parking garage. There the rest of Kamikaze were already waiting. Although I noticed they weren't hanging around their own rides, or vehicles that looked like something the Tiger Claws would drive. Unmarked vans and cars were idling waiting. Luckily, we weren't the last to show up. June good, still waiting on a few stragglers. The Borg I had met in the Ripper dock said as June approached. This time the man wasn't heading into a Ripper. He was armed and armored up. The flak jacket he wore was actually open, showing off his chest, and holographic neon tattoos. I was pretty sure the jacket was less defense than the obvious subdermal armor, meaning it was more for looks than utility. Hi, Fujimura-sama, June offered with a bow. That was the Borg's name. Right, the doctor said that as well. The girl will be your responsibility, he added, nodding to me, and June simply bowed lower in agreement. I nodded to June. I wasn't about to cause any problems. We all had Maelstrom to kill. The wait was mostly quiet, most of the Kamikaze were heavily Borged, and none of them seemed sociable. Mostly they just hung around, checked their gear, or stared into nothing. Yeah. This was definitely the psychos of the Tiger Claws. Damn it, June. I wasn't going to let you fall prey to that. So we ended up settling in. June was driving another one of the inconspicuous cars and I was sitting in the back despite no one else in the car. Why do I have to sit back here? I called shotgun. I grumbled at my brother, who was starting to stare into nothing as time went by. So I was using sisterly petulance to distract him. Akari makes me drive. Don't bother her when she gets here, June replied with a tired sigh. But it was emotion. It wasn't that coolness that took over his voice at times. Finally, Akari suddenly uttered as she swung the passenger door open and flopped in. The woman looked more like a plastic robot than a human. She was even wearing a mask to hide away what little flesh there was left on her face. All bright red and white plastic, despite knowing it was actually as strong as steel, it still made her look fragile. You're so slow, Jun-kun, making me wait. Well, let's go. Don't want to piss off Fujimura-sama any more than you already have, she said as she leaned back, arms behind her head. You are the one that is late, and the one Fujimura-sama is angry with Akari. Again. He offered as he started driving out of the garage, following a few of the other vehicles. Although once out on the street, everyone began driving in different directions. Sneaky. If everyone had a different route, there was less chance of a whole cavalcade being spotted. That's just what you like to believe, June. Akari offered, nodding her doll-like head before she turned around in her seat. How about that? You actually brought your little killer. Fujimura-sama allowed that? He did. Motoko is allowed to come today. As a test. Huh. She doesn't have the chrome to join Kamikaze. I'm not really planning on joining. June just needs reassurance, I know how to fight. I cut in. I wanted to make sure these crazy psychos didn't think I was one of them. That would be terrible if they thought I was as crazy as them. I was just here to murder people. Oh, she just needs to reassure her Oniai-chan. Akari teased as she looked to June, despite getting his butt whooped. She did not whoop my butt. June muttered, but I wasn't going to pick a fight right now. So I let it pass even as Akari continued teasing June. I looked out the window instead, watching the city go by. My hands slowly opened and closed as I warmed up my joints. I was really looking forward to killing some Strom tonight, ripping them apart, and getting just an ounce of the payment they owed me back. The drive didn't take very long. Slowly we pulled into a garage, parking deep into the structure that already had a few of the other kamikaze's vehicles parked and empty. I followed June as he followed Akari, who led us around the structure. Akari was quiet and focused for once. June and I followed her lead. Although I wasn't going cool, I let my footsteps quiet until they practically disappeared. The parking garage connected to some sort of office building, or maybe they were apartments. It was hard to tell. I felt like the building changed its zoning with every few steps. Eventually, we were led into a room on the north side of the building that was on the second floor. There a few of the kamikaze were preparing. Armoring and fitting weapons into holsters as they prepared. I followed June as he seemed to lead me to the window and point out. I peeked out and there wasn't much to see, another building right next to us, and a dirty alley below. The place down the alleyway is a Strom armory. Hauling loot they collected from raids there. We are here to clear them out and hold the place down long enough for everything to be taken back. June explained to me quietly as I looked down the alley. It was an old shop. Whatever it had once been was long gone, the place looked busted up. The Strom probably hadn't asked to take over the store, but if that was an armory? Motoko-like. Numbers? I asked and June just shrugged, which had me puff out a bit of air in irritation. Planning an assault without knowing the numbers they would be facing? Psychos. Of the non-cyber variety. Doesn't matter. Akari said as she walked up, her plastic face expressionless as her voice as she looked out the window with her glowing eyes. We will kill them. That's our job. Don't get in our way, little killer. She said, a sinister threat in her voice at the end. I noticed June straightening and moving to stand between us. How sweet. But unnecessary. I won't. I offered, simply turning back to the window for a second. We have anyone breaching their security already? We do. Stay out of it. I don't want a kid getting in my way of the dive. A voice full of static called out, and one of the kamikaze, one who I hadn't seen much of or spoken to yet, said. The man was just as bored out as all of them, but he was also, I noticed, hooked into a few pieces of tech. It took me a few seconds of scanning to realize. It was all refrigeration units. The Borg had a portable ice bath for when he dived into the net. Understood. I agreed. Everyone was so snappy. But I guess that was just part of working with people one step into cyberpsychosis. We have movement. Akari called out suddenly, and everyone turned towards the window to peek. Cyberpsycho or not, everyone was curious. We all watched a big box truck pull up, driver's window down, with a Maelstrom smoking up a storm as he backed up to the front of the store. Good timing. A man's voice called out through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. Fujimura, the Borg, was there. Fujimura-sama. A few greetings came out from the group, June included. But most were quiet, lost in their own little worlds. Kamikaze. We strike now, before they can unload the truck. Tomaru, make sure the driver can't escape. The rest of you. Strike. He roared as he charged straight forward, making me jerk and jump to the side along with June and Akari as he jumped straight through the window we had been looking out of. A moment later, most of the group was gone. Some moving at incredible speeds, others simply bloodthirsty, ready to fight. June gave me a single look ensuring I was alright. Stay behind us. Before he followed out the window. Then I was left in the room alone with the netrunner, who was probably the furthest from me, if you counted awareness. You dicks. We are on the second floor. I cursed at them as I stuck my head out the now broken window, the sound of gunfire and screams already starting up. It took me half a second to find a way down, and I backed up before leaping out. Parkour made the jump a fearless move. I leapt across to the opposite side of the alley, a fire escape easily grabbed onto, and then in a few seconds I was dropping down, catching the escape and then dropping to the floor. Then I was chasing after. The end of the alley faced the shop the Maelstrom had taken, and I could see gunfire and death coming from within. The driver of the truck slumped over the wheel, a hole through the windshield. I ignored him and instead rushed forward into the now even more broken front window as gunfire came out in sharp notes from within. I slipped inside, feeling cool flow over me. My karoshi easily pierced the darkness and gave me sight inside. The kamikaze had definitely surprised the Maelstrom, but this place was well defended. A turret was rotating around from the back of the store, the HMG placed inside it having shattered the kamikaze assault as everyone had jumped into cover. I sighed. This is why you found out the numbers before you rushed in. Thankfully, a moment later, as I was running through ways to break the damn thing, I was surprised. Akari disappeared from where she had been, zipping forward, the HMG firing at her avoided by simply not being where the bullets landed as she surged forward, and then her blade cut through the HMG, ending its threat. The Maelstrom cursed at their now destroyed defense as weapons fire burst out towards Akari, who was now much slower as she ducked and dodged, trying to break line of sight. The kamikaze moved in response. Fujimura was first. The massive Borg rushed forward, smashing through a wall to take two Maelstrom by surprise as he began beating them to a pulp by smashing them together. June was there, I noticed, his blade cutting out and leaving blood trails as he passed. The others were moving as well. I blinked before I realized it. They were stealing my XP. Fuck. I cursed as I jumped up, bury a quick drawn in an instant as my baby's retort echoed through the room. My karoshi had a Maelstrom highlighted through a wall. The guy had a nasty-looking LMG that he was firing non-stop, filling the room with lead. Aiming at June. I fired once. Missed. Then twice. Then again, and again. I was already reloading even as my last round burst a hole through the wall. My new arms and recoil reduction meant I wasn't even in pain. Sure, it almost pushed me back a step with each shot, but recoil reduction already taught me exactly how to handle that. 500 XP gained. I frowned. The one I had targeted through the wall had only been a weakling? I jerked back just in time, catching a Borg rise up with a shotgun pointed at me, breaking the terrible concrete I was hiding behind into powder. A barrier makes a fair bit of noise. I guess even with kamikaze rushing in, I had got some attention. I finished reloading, my eyes already highlighted the gonk that had shot at me, and I was about to shoot when I stopped. June was there, cutting the guy in half. Then again. And again. Oh. June was mad. Stupid though. I jumped up and aimed. The Maelstrom gonk that was aiming at my very angry idiot brother. A shot from my barrier ended the threat, even if it wasn't a great shot. I had been aiming for his chest, and instead hit him in the pelvis. He dropped with a cry as his legs stopped working. Another round into his prone body was all I needed. 500 XP gained. I looked around for another target, but everyone was dying, or dead. I'd sked as I reloaded my barrier, slowly as I slipped into the building. Keeping an eye out for any movement as I started checking the dead as I walked up closer and closer to June, who was glaring furiously at the very dead lump of flesh that was the Maelstrom idiot that shot at me. June, you with me? I asked as I stepped closer to him, my barrier still ready to fire in case of any surprises. I never left. He snapped a bit, but with a deep breath, he swished his blade to clear it of blood and sheathed it. Preem. I offered calmly, no point poking June when he was being prickly. My loot senses were immediately active though. I made my way through the area, clearing all the corpses and checking in the side rooms and bathrooms just to make sure. Thankfully the store was clear, while Kamikaze went to work recovering. One of the other Borgs, a guy I hadn't spoken with, that carried around an Ajax, had been hit. A trail of white blood ran down his side. Looks like would survive, but he would need a trip to a Ripper. But I just poked around. The back of the shop was definitely an armory, plenty of weapons and equipment was laying around. My fingers wiggled. One of the first times since I got these new arms, I felt fully in tune with my chrome. They wouldn't notice if a few pieces went into my pockets. I giggled a little as I reached out to grab a nice-looking Nakomata sniper rifle, something I didn't have in my arsenal as of yet. When the front door banged open, I jerked away like a kid caught with her hand in a cookie jar as I looked behind me and noticed a lot of Tiger Claw members saunter in. I sighed as they instantly went to the gear and started loading everything up into a few trucks that had pulled up. The Maelstrom truck was already on its way down the street as someone had jumped in, pushed the dead driver out and started it up. Come on, Motoko. We are just keeping an eye out while everything is cleared out, June said as he walked up to me, as he noticed me looking around wondering what to do. Sure. I muttered a little irritated. This wasn't very fun. Sure, I got to flatline 2 gonks, but I barely got any XP, and it was already over. Killing the Raffin had been more fun, even if murdering the Maelstrom warmed a little part of me that wanted to genocide the entire group. You got 2, huh? Akari asked as she suddenly approached, her voice still holding that sinister coldness of someone not fully there. Only 2. I confirmed, irritated. I'm not used to working with a group like this, I was a little too slow. I added, grumbling as I berated myself while looking at all the corpses. So much missed XP. Heh, there's always more. She offered, her voice almost musical, despite being electronic. The sense of bloodlust was intense. Stop fucking around. Eyes out. A rolling gravel voice interrupted Akari's teasing as she stilled and pulled away from me to do just that. Fujimura, the Borg leader of Kamikaze, was glaring towards me. But well, it wasn't focused on me. Just in general. I did as he suggested, mostly because I could see how short the guy's fuse was. I followed June outside and we took in the empty street. The gunfire had done well to make sure everyone got away. Be more careful, June demanded of me a moment after earning a blink as the non sequitur threw me for a loop. I was fine. Nothing even got close to hitting me. You almost got shot, he retorted instantly, his body tense. Anxiety coloring his voice and body, he was practically pacing, unable to stop moving. I don't want you doing this. You don't have enough chrome or enough armor. After this, go back to the apartment. And hunker down. We can find something for you to do when I get home. I'm Dash. No, I cut in, immediately turning to look up into his face. He was wearing an Oni mask around his jaw. The sharp, hungry grin didn't intimidate me though. I already told you, June. I'm not just gonna sit at home. I don't want you to just sit at home. But this is dangerous. I know. I agree. I looked away from June, trying to keep my irritation at bay. I didn't want to turn this into a fight. I knew June was trying to protect me, trying to be the big brother, the parent really. That he wanted to be. But right now, it was annoying. I gathered myself back up, idly stroking a thumb up along my chromed palm of my other hand. The irritation of everything was hitting me, making it hard to keep my own cool. I took a breath and activated cold blood. Letting my emotions freeze. Letting my mind attack the problem. I didn't get far. I turned back to June. He was not quite pacing, but obviously trying to figure out something to say to me, but it was the kamikaze netrunner whose name I still didn't know that broke in. Calling all of us instantly. Maelstrom assault incoming. We need to move. The call buzzed in and then ended. Instantly, the tiger claws started running, quickly grabbing whatever they had on hand and disappearing it into the trucks, as they started driving off. Let's move. Fujimura called out, and instantly the kamikaze started moving back through the alley. Wait, that's it? I asked June as I jogged to keep up with him as he followed. Yeah. The Maelstrom assault will be more than we can handle, so we fade away. It's part of the plan. We poke them like this, steal what we can weaken and kill, and fade away when they try to retaliate. Now that we have confirmation one of their big forces is coming here to wipe us out, another group will smash another location. He turned to look at me as we all reached a back door to the apartment complex we had first arrived in. Fujimura had already smashed the door open. Come on, we need to leave before the Maelstrom arrive, June said as I started lagging behind. No. You go. I told him, an idea forming in my mind. A terrible perfect idea. My smile must have looked quite bloody as I pushed June through the door. Go on, June. I'll be okay. I tell him, and I managed 2 steps before a pair of hands grabbed both of my biceps, pinned my arms to my sides and lifted me up. No. We're leaving, June said with a growl as he quickly hooked me under his arm and jogged back into the building. Junie. You are really killing my murder boner right now, I told him, purposefully making the situation as uncomfortable as I could in protest. But he ignored me, despite Akari chuckling in her synthetic voice as she followed along. We made it to the car and I allowed June to stuff me in the back seat without too much protest as we peeled out, following the last of the kamikaze vehicles. I'm submitting an official complaint, I told him after he had slowed down and joined normal traffic. Denied, he retorted instantly. Murder blocking me is rude, I growled at him from the back seat as I pouted. I had wanted to sneak into one of the Maelstrom trucks and let them lead me to their base, then I would murder everyone. Know your limits, he snapped, June losing his temper as I could hear the steering wheel in his hands creak. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you trying to die? I would have been fine, I countered with every ounce of irritation leaking out, only for June to bark out a laugh. Next time, don't try to attack a full-on Maelstrom counter-hit squad, and I might believe you. I didn't argue again as June drove us back. It's fine. It just meant I really couldn't stick with June to go murder anyone. I would just have to go on my own.